Good evening, everyone. I welcome you all. Let us begin our discussion. As you know, today is the last allotted class that I have for your batch. Hopefully, all of you are ready for a marathon class. I like to keep this class as interesting as possible. It would be my endeavor to finish it as quickly as possible, but I am mentally prepared. When I'm beginning the class, I am mentally prepared that the class may extend to little bit beyond what we usually extend it to. Please, you also be mentally prepared. पानी की बॉटल साथ में लेके बैठो और हम डिस्कस करेंगे आज काफी सारी चीजें, ठीक है? I am sure today's class is going to be interesting. We are going to discuss taxation today. It's an interesting topic. At the end of the class, we'll discuss. In the second half of the class, we'll discuss about for 1 hour. We'll be discussing different types of taxes. For about half an hour or so, we'll discuss GST, and then we'll discuss tax evasion. Taxation ka analysis, we'll discuss tax evasion. So tax evasion part is interesting. GST part is also interesting, but more than interesting, it's a little bit complicated. So I would need you to be at your toes, full attention in the entire class, please. Okay? So let's start with the discussion, everybody. Welcome you all. Let's start with taxation. In our last class, we discussed, just a second. ये किस चीज का है? चलो ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. Yeah. So in our last class, we discussed fiscal policy. In fiscal policy, we discussed expenditure of the government. Then we had a discussion with respect to just a second. Yeah. Yeah. In our last class, we had a discussion on government's fiscal policy. We started a discussion of fiscal policy with government budgeting. We discussed various budgeting techniques. Then we discussed government budgeting as in the analysis of government budget, for which we looked at government expenses and government's debts and deficits. Last class में हमने debt और deficit के ऊपर चर्चा की थी. We discussed various types of deficits, budget deficit, monetized deficit, fiscal deficit, revenue deficit, primary deficit, etc. We discussed different types of deficits in last class. We also discussed sustainability of deficits, sustainabilities of debt and deficit. We discussed N.K. Singh committee, which talks about that debt level of the country should be restrained to 60% of GDP. The fiscal deficit target with respect to FRBM Act, Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, was also discussed. We analyzed the FRBM Act. We analyzed that whether the target should be 3% or something else. How should the fiscal policy be? हमने उसमें discuss की थी N.K. Singh committee की recommendations, in which we discussed that N.K. Singh committee recommends that fiscal policy should be counter-cyclical in nature. What was counter-cyclical fiscal policy? Pro-cyclical versus counter-cyclical. Pro-cyclical fiscal policy was when government spends in alignment with economic cycle. When economic cycle is of the nature of high growth, low growth, economic cycle. When economy grows at a fast pace, government collects more revenue and therefore government spends that money. Government spends more when the economy does well. Whereas when the economy doesn't do well, government collects less, hence is able to spend less. This is pro-cyclical fiscal policy. A counter-cyclical fiscal policy is when government spends less when it collects more, versus it spends more when it collects less. When the economy is not doing well, then it spends more. Why? Because there is a more need for the government to spend. Counter-cyclical fiscal policy. With respect to sustainability of debt, we specifically analyzed the quantity of debt, we discussed tax to GDP ratio, we discussed debt to GDP ratio, we discussed interest rate growth rate relationship, we discussed the composition of debt when it comes to external debt and internal debt, foreign currency debt and domestic currency denominated debt. तो ये सब चीजें हमने डिस्कस करी थी when it comes to sustainability of debt. I hope everybody is clear about these things. Then at the fag end of our class, we started with taxation, in which I discussed with you different types of taxes. There are various ways in which we classify taxes. The three ways in which we classify taxes are here. The first way is classification of taxes on the basis of their distributive features. Is the tax redistributing income or not? We have got three types of taxes: progressive, proportional and regressive. What is a progressive tax? A progressive tax is one in which the marginal rate of taxation is higher for every higher income. When your income increases, you pay more proportion of your income as tax. Your income was 9 lakh rupees. Let's say you were paying 20% of your income as tax. Now your income has increased to 11 lakh rupees. Now you'll be paying 30% of your income as tax, or above 10 lakhs rupees जितनी आपकी extra income है उस पे आप 30% tax pay करोगे. The marginal rate of taxation is higher in case of a progressive tax. The rich pay not just more amount of tax but more proportion of their income as tax, versus a proportional tax in which everybody pays same proportion of their income as tax. That is a proportional taxation system. Your income is 1 crore, your income is 1 lakh, everybody pays 20% of their income as tax. That is proportional tax. Regressive is when marginal rate of taxation is lower. When marginal rate at which you pay tax is less when your income increases. Your income was 9 lakh rupees, you were paying 30% of your income as tax. Your income is 12 lakh rupees on the income above the income slab rate. 10 लाख से ऊपर जो 2 लाख इनकम है उसके ऊपर आप 20% टैक्स पे कर रहे हो. So up to 10 you are paying 30, but above 10 you are paying 20% tax. So this becomes an example of regressive tax. The second classification of taxation was based on who bears the burden. The second classification was based on who bears the burden. Direct taxes and indirect taxes. Direct and indirect. We discussed that every time there is a concept of a person who is, I'm sorry, let me repeat. There is a concept of that on whom does the government levies tax. किसके ऊपर सरकार ने tax levy किया है. Who is the person on whom tax has been levied. Every time the responsibility of paying tax to the government is always and always and always on the person on whom tax has been levied. सरकार को हमेशा वही व्यक्ति टैक्स पे करेगा. Only that person will pay tax to the government on which tax has been levied. However, in some cases, the person on whom tax has been levied has a right, has a legally given right that you can collect this tax from somebody else. You can ask somebody to pay this tax amount to you so that you can pay to the government. Who pays to the government? You will pay to the government. Tax आपके ऊपर लगा है तो आप ही सरकार को पे करोगे. कोई और आपके बदले सरकार को पे नहीं करेगा. If the tax is levied on you, you are the one who is responsible to pay this tax to the government. Whereas in some cases, you are legally allowed to collect this tax from somebody else so that you can pay this to the government. In cases when you are allowed to collect tax from somebody else, the somebody else, that other person, is the one who is actually bearing the burden of tax. Therefore, what you have done is you are allowed to shift the burden of paying taxes to somebody else. You will pay tax, but the burden is actually being borne by someone else. Such taxes are called as indirect taxes, whereas the taxes of first nature in which you will bear the burden yourself are called direct taxes. The third way in which we classified taxes was on the basis of how is a tax levied, किस तरीके से levy किया जाता है. Taxes are usually levied in two ways. Either they are levied on the value or they are levied on any other specific character other than value. या तो वैल्यू पे लेवी किए जा रहे हैं या फिर वैल्यू के सिवा किसी और स्पेसिफिक कैरेक्टर के बेसिस पे लेवी किए जा रहे हैं. द बेसिस ऑफ टैक्स, प्लीज माइंड इट, द बेसिस ऑफ टैक्स इज आइदर वैल्यू or it is something else. When the taxes are levied according to value, such taxes are called ad valorem taxes. When taxes are levied according to some other specific feature, some other special character, such taxes are called specific taxes. Ad valorem and specific. Taxes levied on value versus taxes levied on the basis of color, length, weight, country of origin, etc. किसी भी बेसिस पे अपार्ट फ्रॉम वैल्यू, वैल्यू के सिवा किसी और बेसिस पे हमने टैक्स लगाया है, दैट टैक्स वुड बी कॉल्ड एज अ स्पेसिफिक टैक्स. माइंड यू, स्पेसिफिक टैक्स कैन बी ऑफ द नेचर दैट इट इज लेविड ऑन वैल्यू. There is a car whose value is 1 lakh rupees, whose length is less than 4 meters. There is a car whose value is 10 lakh rupees, whose length is more than 4 meters. On the basis of length, एक गाड़ी पे टैक्स लग रहा है, which is let's say 12% of its value. If the length is less than 4 meters, you will pay a tax of 12% of its value. If the length is more than 4 meters, you will pay a tax of 16% of value. अब टैक्स तो दोनों केसेस में वैल्यू पे ही लगा है. 12% ऑफ वैल्यू, 1 लाख का 12%, 10 लाख का 16%. टैक्स तो दोनों में वैल्यू पे ही लगा है ना. Tax has been levied on value, but what is the basis of tax? Basis of tax is length. The basis of tax is some other specific feature apart from value. Such taxes are called specific tax. तो ये 12% of value, 16% of value, but it is based on the length of vehicle. Hence, this tax is an example of specific tax. ये ad valorem नहीं है, ये specific tax है. At the same time, a tax may be levied on, let's say, sale. Sale के ऊपर टैक्स लगा है. Sale is taxing value. Sale value के ऊपर टैक्स लगा है. Whatever be the sale value, you will be paying, let's say, 10% tax. कोई भी sale value आप 10% टैक्स पे करोगे. चाहे 1 लाख रुपए सेल वैल्यू है, चाहे 10 लाख रुपए सेल वैल्यू है, you will be paying 10% tax. So this tax is levied according to value, on the value. This becomes an example of ad valorem. Ad valorem means according to value. According to value, ad valorem, according to some other specific character, specific tax. यहां तक हमने लास्ट क्लास में डिस्कस किया था. अब हम आगे इससे बढ़ते हैं. लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड फ्रॉम हियर. यार ये वो नहीं आ रहा इसका. साइड बार नहीं आ रहा. एक बार दोबारा से करके देखता हूं. क्या हो गया? ये साइड बार नहीं आ रहा ना. If there is any question that anybody would like me to answer with respect to whatever we have discussed till now, with respect to taxation or any other topic, please ask. Please ask. अगर और कोई सवाल है तो. So we have discussed various ways in which we can classify taxes. Next thing that we are going to discuss is what are different taxes that we have. All the names of taxes that we have heard, income tax, corporate tax, whatever specific tax that we have discussed, all these taxes now we are going to discuss now. Okay, let's start with the discussion now. Various types of taxes. On your screens, everyone, on your screens. I sincerely hope ये आपको visible है. I've tried to fit everything in this one screen. I'll zoom to the area that I am teaching और बाकी का area उस समय नहीं, बाकी का area when we teach, I'll zoom to that part then. Okay, yeah. In this table, what I have done is, I have tried to highlight various features of the tax. I have tried to highlight various features of a particular tax. Please see. In the first column, we have got tax name. In the second column, we have got the most important interesting thing, the event of taxation. Third is the levying entity. Fourth column is who has the responsibility to pay to the government. And fifth is actual bearer of burden. And finally, we have got tax type. Obviously, we'll go with each of these examples to understand what these different taxes are. I have divided taxes into two groups, direct taxes and indirect taxes. What are direct? Direct taxes are those in which the burden of paying the tax is on the same entity who is required to pay the tax. Please pay attention. I'll repeat again. What is a direct tax? Direct tax is that tax in which the burden to pay the tax is on that entity on which tax has been levied. Versus what is an indirect tax? The burden of bearing the tax is on some other entity apart from whom the tax on which the tax is levied. जिस पे levy हुआ है versus जो burden bear कर रहा है, दो अलग अलग entities हैं. और पहले केस में जिस पे बर्डन लग रहा है और जो बियर कर जिसके ऊपर टैक्स लग रहा है और जो बर्डन बियर कर रहा है वो दोनों सेम एंटिटीज है, डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट. दैट मींस इन डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू पे टू द गवर्नमेंट एंड द एक्चुअल बियरर ऑफ बर्डन, these two things would be same. In case of direct tax, the entity on which the responsibility to pay is there and the entity which actually bears the burden, ये दोनों entity same होने वाली है. So in direct taxes, these two entities are same. In indirect taxes, these two entities are different. This is different, this is different. On whom the tax is levied and who actually bears the burden, these two are different entities. Let's have a look at some examples of direct tax. सबसे common example direct tax का क्या है? Income tax. Income tax is the most common example of direct tax. Income tax. The second column pertains to the event of taxation. All these taxes that are written here, they have a specific event. जब हम taxation की बात करते हैं, we talk about what is the event, that is, when does a tax come into existence? When is a tax levied? Whenever it comes to taxation, we describe different taxes by describing their event. That is the event on which that tax is generated. When that tax comes into existence. Income tax. What is the event of taxation? Event of taxation of an income tax is generation of income. When anybody earns income from any source, किसी ने किसी भी सोर्स से इनकम अर्न करी, एनीबडी, एनी person earns income from any source, a tax is levied on the income that you earn, which is called as income tax. So event of taxation is generation of income, earning income. Who levies this tax? Central government levies this tax, not state. Center levies this tax. Who is responsible to pay this to the government? The earner. जिसने earn किया है वही सरकार को pay करेगा. And who bears the burden? Again it is the earner. Who has earned the income? That person will pay income tax and he will also bear income tax. अब मैंने अपनी income tax return कल फाइल करी, मैंने ही income tax पे किया और मैं वो income tax किसी और से ले नहीं सकता हूं. मैं किसी को, I cannot say to you that you are my students, you are paying me and therefore you also pay me my income tax. I cannot claim income tax from you. I can increase the fee that I charge from you, and but whatever profits I earn, whatever incomes I earn, I will have to pay that tax by my own self. I cannot charge it from anybody else. Income tax becomes example of a direct tax. The bearer of burden and the responsibility to pay to the government is both of the owner or earner. Second example of direct tax is corporate tax or corporate income tax. Corporate tax, a special, you can think of it as a special kind of income tax. Tax which is levied on corporate income. Corporate income क्या होती है? Profits. Tax which is levied on corporate income, which is profits. Profits के ऊपर जो tax levy होता है, that is called as corporate tax. Now, question may be that why is it that there is a distinction between corporate tax and income tax? इनकम टैक्स भी इनकम जहां पे अर्न हो रही है वहां पे लेवी हो रहा है, एंड कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स भी वहीं पे लेवी हो रहा है वेयर सम प्रॉफिट्स आर बीइंग अर्न. सो व्हाई इज देयर इज डिस्टिंक्शन बिटवीन कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स एंड इनकम टैक्स? द आंसर इज वेरी सिंपल. इनकम इज अर्नड बाय अ पर्सन, whereas profits are earned by a firm. A firm is not a natural person. A person, a human being is a natural person. Human beings earn income, whereas corporates earn profits. इनकम के टाइप अलग अलग हो सकते हैं. मेरी इनकम सैलरी कहलाती है, किसी डेली वेज वर्कर की इनकम वेज कहलाती है, किसी प्रोफेशनल वकील की इनकम प्रोफेशनल इनकम कहलाती है. इनकम का नाम अलग अलग हो सकता है, लेकिन इनकम कोई व्यक्ति अर्न करता है. अ पर्सन अर्न्स एन इनकम, whereas profits are earned by corporate, which is not a living entity, it is a legal entity. So profits are earned by corporates. On the profits that corporates earn, there is a tax which is levied, which is called as a corporate tax or corporate income tax. Both the income tax and corporate tax are levied by central government. Both are levied under the provisions of Income Tax Act and Corporate Act of 1961. Income tax and corporate tax both are examples of direct taxes levied on incomes, one on income of people, another of income of companies. Both levied by center. Both are direct, that is, in both cases it is the earner who bears the burden and who has the responsibility to pay it to the government. Income tax and corporate tax, both levied by center. Company is the one on whom this is levied. Company pays it to the government. One more example of direct tax देख लेते हैं. One more example of direct tax is minimum alternate tax or MAT. Minimum alternate tax or MAT. सब लोग ध्यान से सुनना, MAT क्या है? इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है. The concept of MAT, minimum alternate tax. Please listen everybody. Question that has been asked many times in the exam, that which of the following is MAT, minimum alternate tax. क्योंकि इनकम टैक्स तो नहीं पूछेंगे एग्जाम में, इनकम या कॉर्पोरेट, या तो मैट पूछेंगे या फिर जीएसटी पूछेंगे, बाकी सब तो बहुत आसान है. मैट, मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स. व्हाट इज दिस? कंपनीज आर रिक्वायर्ड टू पे कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स. Reliance Industry earns profits of 1,000 crore rupees in a year. Reliance Industry is required to pay corporate tax on those 1,000 crore rupees. At the same time, Reliance Industry is an industry. It is a company. Reliance Industries is a company. A company is given certain exemptions when it comes to payments of tax. Individuals are given certain exemptions on income tax. Similarly, companies are given certain exemptions on their corporate tax. Professionals are given certain exemptions on the professional tax. जैसे lawyers कितना tax पे करते हैं, कुछ exemptions हैं जो professionals को दी गई हैं, lawyers को, medical practitioner, doctors को, salary earners को. There are certain exemptions that are given to different types of wage earners, of income earners. Similarly, companies have also been given some exemptions which they can claim on their profits, and hence they reduce their tax liability. मान लो मेरी इनकम 10 लाख रुपए है. Now, if I pay income tax on my 10 lakh rupees, let us say the tax that I have to pay is 2 lakh rupees. 10 लाख पे मान लो मेरे को 2 लाख रुपए टैक्स पे करना पड़ा. Just for example, if my income is 10 lakhs, then I have to pay a tax of 2 lakh rupees on this 10 lakhs. Now, government says that there are certain exemptions that I am given. For example, government will say that you can invest in some desirable investments. Out of the 10 lakh rupees that you earn, you can put your money in some desirable investments. And if you put your money in those desirable investments, up to some extent, we can exempt that much investment from your taxable income. जैसे सरकार बोलेगी कि सेक्शन 80C of Income Tax Act, under that section you can invest up to 1.5 lakh rupees, 1.5 लाख रुपए तक का आप फॉर एग्जाम्पल LIC के अंदर इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दो. You purchase a life insurance policy, you purchase a health insurance policy, you purchase any kind of, you invest in public provident fund, PPF. There are various desirable investments which are mentioned in section 80C of Income Tax Act. Up to 1.5 lakh rupees, if you invest in that 1.5 lakh rupees will be reduced from your taxable income, and the net taxable income comes out to be 8.5 lakh rupees. आप 10 की बजाय 8.5 लाख पे टैक्स देना. क्यों? क्योंकि 1.5 लाख आपने डिजायरेबल जगह इन्वेस्ट कर दिया. अब जिसकी इनकम 11.5 लाख रुपए है, द पर्सन हुज इनकम इज लेट्स से 12 lakh rupees, दैट पर्सन वाज पेइंग 30% ऑफ टैक्स ऑन द लास्ट 2 lakhs. 10 लाख से कितनी ऊपर है? 2 लाख ऊपर है. 12 लाख इनकम है तो 10 लाख से 2 lakhs एक्ससीड कर रही है. On the last 2 lakhs, that person was paying 30% of the income tax, 30% of income as tax. That person will invest 1.5 lakh rupees in section 80C investments, LIC के अंदर, PPF के अंदर, etc., etc. And therefore, his taxable income will reduce from 12 to 10.5. And therefore, exceeding 10 lakhs, now he has only 50,000 rupees and he will be paying 30% on this 50,000. There are other exemptions also. You can invest up to 50,000 rupees under section 80D. NPS के अंदर इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हो, नेशनल पेंशन स्कीम के अंदर. NPS में इन्वेस्ट करोगे 50,000 रुपए तो वो भी आपका कम हो जाएगा टैक्सेबल इनकम से. So you can claim that expense as your deduction as well. Hence now your income has reduced to 10 lakh rupees. You can pay to charities, that will also be deducted. You can pay to political parties, that will also be deducted. You can claim some health expense, medical insurance expense, that will also be deducted up to some extent, that will also be deducted. So individuals are given certain kind of exemptions from which they can reduce their tax liability. Similar exemptions are also given to companies. Companies को exemption किस type से मिलती है? For example, companies are given exemptions on investment. A company has earned a profit of 1,000 crore rupees. If the company says that out of this 1,000 crores, we are going to invest 500 crores next year, or out of this 1,000 crores, 100 crores will be spent on repairing capital goods which we purchased earlier. Depreciation expense. 1,000 crore हमारा प्रॉफिट है, लेकिन उसमें से 500 करोड़ तो हम इन्वेस्ट कर देंगे, 100 करोड़ हम अपने एग्जिस्टिंग कैपिटल गुड्स की रिपेयर में लगाएंगे, एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ. 200 करोड़ का डिविडेंड हम अपने शेयर होल्डर्स में बांट देंगे. We have earned 1000 crore rupees of profit, and out of that 200 crores we are going to distribute in the hands of our shareholders as our profits. Hence, what is left with us is very less. The company will say that we will pay tax on whatever is left with us. जितना हमारे पास बचा है इसके ऊपर हम tax pay करेंगे. The company pays tax like an individual. The company is also given many exemptions on the profit that it earns so that its net tax liability reduces. I hope this is clear to everybody. The concept of exemptions. How can you claim, how can you reduce your tax liability? A company has also many different ways in which it can reduce its tax liability. However, what many companies, like many individuals, what many companies do is, companies misuse the exemptions. Like many individuals who also misuse many exemptions, जैसे कोई इंडिविजुअल क्या करेगा, अपनी सैलरी कमाई और सारी की सारी सैलरी एक चैरिटी को दे दी. entire money that you give to charity is completely tax free. और चैरिटी के साथ आपकी सेटिंग थी, आपने बोला चैरिटी को मैं तुमको पैसा दूंगा, वापस तुम मेरे को सारा कैश में कर देना. You have reduced your tax liability to zero by giving money to that charity and then taking it back from them under the table. Illegal काम किया, you have done something which is completely illegal. लेकिन nothing is illegal until you get caught. Chances of you getting caught are less, therefore you are doing this transaction. Like individuals, companies also misuse tax exemptions. For example, the company may say that our profit is 1000 crores and we are going to invest 800 crores next year. In reality, they may not invest 800 crores, but they may inflate their expenses. Inflate their expenses to show that we have incurred an expense of 800 crores on investment. Hence, our net tax liability is 200 crores only. As I said, a company may misuse the exemptions that it has been legally given. When a company misuses its exemptions, then its tax liability reduces many times. And therefore, the government is deprived of the legitimate tax revenue that it was going to collect. I hope this point is absolutely clear to everybody. A company may misuse its tax exemptions given, and therefore government is deprived of the legitimate tax collection that it wanted to collect. To address such cases, to address the case of misuse, the government introduced minimum alternate tax, MAT. सरकार ने minimum alternate tax introduce किया. What is MAT, minimum alternate tax? Everyone, look here. यार फिर चला गया, कहाँ गया? अच्छा यहाँ पे. अच्छा यहाँ, okay here. The government introduced MAT, minimum alternate tax. The companies are required to submit their profit information. Please pay attention, सब लोग please ध्यान से सुनना यहाँ पे. The companies are required to provide their statement of profits and losses. Number one, for the purpose of paying tax. For the purpose of paying tax under the corporate tax regime, under the corporate tax, that is Corporate and Income Tax Act, corporate tax regime. For the purpose of paying income tax or corporate tax, the company is required to tell that what are its profits. At the same time, the companies also report companies' profits. At the same time, companies also report their profits under what is called as Companies Act. Companies Act 2013. उससे पहले थी 1956. Earlier it was 1956. Now it is 2013. New Companies Act. Under the Companies Act of 2013, every company, each and every, जरूरी नहीं कि publicly listed company केवल वही, every company. Under the Companies Act 2013, every company is required to submit a statement of their profits and losses to the government every year. not to the government, but you have to publicly disclose your statements of profits and losses. A company is required to disclose their statements of profits and losses every year under the Companies Act 2013. एक ये legal requirement है. If I am a shareholder in a company, let's say I have got shares of Reliance Industries, Reliance Industries is under an obligation to report to me and to the general public every year how much profits did it earn last year. So Reliance Industries will tell about how much profits has it earned to its shareholders specifically and to public in general under the obligation that it has under Companies Act. Also, because Reliance Industry is a listed company on stock exchange, तो stock exchange की भी requirement है. Stock exchange की भी requirement है कि आपको हर साल अपनी incomes report करनी है अपने shareholders को. Companies Act की भी requirement है कि आपको अपने profits report करने हर साल अपने shareholders को. Companies reports profit under Companies Act 2013. Also, companies report profits under Corporate Tax Act 1961. This is done for the purpose of paying tax. This is done for the purpose of communicating to the shareholders. What companies do is, under this act, Companies Act, they try to show very high profits. अगर ज्यादा प्रॉफिट दिखाओगे तो ज्यादा लोगों का मन होगा आपकी कंपनी का शेयर खरीदने का. If you show more amount of profits, then more people will try to buy the share of your company so that they can profit from your profits. So under Companies Act, companies try to show higher amount of profits. Whereas under this act, companies will try to claim all the exemptions so that the net profit for taxation purposes is less. I hope everybody gets this. Here you will, यहां पे आप discrepancy नहीं कर सकते हो कि यहां पे कुछ और दिखा है, यहां पे कुछ और दिखा है. You will show the same amount. But what you will do here is, you will try to claim as many exemptions as you can. You will try to reduce the net profit available for tax. Here you will try to show the bigger number of profit. Here you will try to reduce that bigger number by claiming all the exemptions. तो एक कंपनी ने प्रॉफिट कमाया 1000 करोड़ रुपए का. कंपनीज एक्ट में तो दिखाया 1000 करोड़ रुपीस, whereas कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स में दिखाया कि 1000 crores was our profit minus 900 crores are our exemptions. Hence net profit for the purpose of paying corporate tax is only 100 crore rupees. 100 करोड़ रुपए पे कितना टैक्स बनता है? आपने बोला 100 करोड़ रुपए, मान लेते हैं 25% टैक्स लायबिलिटी, 25% इज द रेट ऑफ टैक्स, यू हैव टू पे 25 करोड़ ऑफ टैक्स. अगर 1000 करोड़ पे टैक्स लगाते तो कितना टैक्स बनता? 250 करोड़, 250 करोड़. लेकिन अब आपने क्या बताया? नेट तो हमारा प्रॉफिट, क्योंकि 900 करोड़ तो हमारी एग्जम्पशंस है, नेट प्रॉफिट इज ओनली 100, देयरफॉर वी विल पे ओनली 25 करोड़ ऑफ टैक्स. तो सरकार बोलेगी इतने शैतान मत बनो, इतने चालाक नहीं. What government will do is, government will bring up something which is called as MAT, minimum alternate tax. MAT के अंदर गवर्नमेंट क्या करेगी? अंडर MAT गवर्नमेंट will say either you pay, please pay attention here, government will say either you pay the tax liability which is falling under this Corporate Tax Act, or you pay 18%, 18% of the profits that you report here under Companies Act. Under Companies Act, you are reporting 1000 crores, whereas for the purpose of tax collection, tax payment, you are reporting only 100 crores. On 100 crores at 25% rate of tax, your tax liability is 25 CR. But on 1000 crores, which is under this Companies Act, you have to pay 18% of tax. Minimum this much tax you must pay. So therefore, you have to pay a minimum of 180 crores. 180 crore तो minimum आपको pay करना ही करना पड़ेगा. 180 crores of tax, minimum tax, this much you will have to pay. यहां पे आपका जितना भी आता है for the purpose of Income Tax Act, if this amount is less than this amount, if the amount that you are paying here is less than this amount, then you will have to pay this amount. अगर आपने एग्जम्पशंस क्लेम किए हैं, मान लो 200 करोड़ रुपए के, 200 करोड़ रुपीज ऑफ एग्जम्पशंस, तब कितनी आपकी टैक्स लायबिलिटी बनी? 1000 CR माइनस 200 इज इक्वल टू 800 CR. 800 का 25%, 25% रेट इज द रेट ऑफ इनकम टैक्स. 1/4 कितना हुआ? 200 करोड़, 200 करोड़. अगर आपने 200 करोड़ के एग्जम्पशंस क्लेम किए हैं, देन योर टैक्स लायबिलिटी इज 200 करोड़. You paid 200 crores because that is your tax liability. If you claim more deduction, अगर आपने 400 crores का deduction claim कर लिया है, that means net taxable income is 600 crores. इसका 1/4 कितना हुआ? 25%. इसका 1/4 हुआ 150 crores, 150 CR. 150 CR is less than 18% of your reported profit. Hence you will have to pay 180 crores. आप 150 crores नहीं, आप 180 करोड़ पे करोगे. दिस इज मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स, मैट. इसको हम बोलते हैं मैट. मैट इज सिंपली अ मैनर इन विच कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स इज कैलकुलेटेड. मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स, even though is a different tax from corporate tax. MAT, even though is a different tax from corporate tax, but essentially it is also a tax on corporate's income. It is simply an alternate way in which a company's tax liability is calculated. It is simply a tax through which it is simply the liability of the company which minimum it has to pay to the government. That is what minimum alternate tax is. MAT is just like corporate tax. Simply MAT tells us कि minimum कितना tax pay करना है. This is what MAT is, minimum alternate tax. Minimum alternate tax. I hope it's clear to everybody कि MAT क्या है. Minimum alternate tax. Minimum alternate tax. Only if corporate income tax is less than 18% of the profits reported under Companies Act. In case the corporate income tax that you are paying is less than the 18% of profits that you are reporting under Companies Act, only in that case MAT would be levied. Since it is like the corporate tax only, it is the central government that levies it, it is the company on which it is levied, and the company who is responsible to pay. I hope this is clear to everybody what MAT is, minimum alternate tax. There are other direct taxes also, जैसे एक टैक्स है वेल्थ टैक्स. वेल्थ, नाउ वेल्थ टैक्स हैज अ वेरी डाइसी स्टोरी इन इंडिया. कभी होता है, कभी नहीं होता, कभी होता है, कभी नहीं होता. पहले था, फिर हटा दिया गया, फिर दोबारा से आया, फिर दोबारा हटा दिया गया, फिर तिबारा आया, फिर तिबारा हटा दिया गया. इंट्रोड्यूस्ड, देन रिवोक्ड, देन इंट्रोड्यूस्ड, देन रिवोक्ड. It was introduced once during UPA era, revoked during UPA era, reintroduced during UPA era, then revoked during NDA era, Modi ji's era, then again revoked in Modi ji's era. So as of now, आज की तारीख में वेल्थ टैक्स नहीं है. So इसका 3-4 बार ऐसा हो चुका है वेल्थ टैक्स का कि कभी लगाते हैं फिर हटा देते हैं, लगाते हैं हटा देते हैं. 2005 में लगाया था UPA 1 के एरा में, 2005 में लगाया, 2008 में इसको हटा दिया, फिर 2011 में लगाया, 2012 में इसको लगाया when Pranab Mukherjee was finance minister, 2012 में लगाया, and when Pranab Mukherjee was finance minister, then it was levied. Then again when P. Chidambaram came, he criticized wealth tax. The government could not return. In 2015, then Jaitley ji removed wealth tax. So this is this wealth tax. Wealth tax क्या है? Wealth tax is a tax levied on wealth. Simply a tax levied on wealth. Wealth क्या है? What is the asset? How much assets do I own? How wealthy I am, उसके ऊपर wealth tax. आज प्रेजेंट डे में वेल्थ टैक्स नहीं है. इट मे कम इन फ्यूचर, इट मे कम इन दिस ईयर्स बजट, नोबडी नोज. दिस हैज बीन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ वेल्थ टैक्स. एज ऑफ नाउ, एज ऑफ प्रेजेंट, वेल्थ टैक्स इज नॉट देयर इन द कंट्री. वेल्थ टैक्स आल्सो लेविड बाय सेंटर. ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस, प्लीज पे अटेंशन, ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस आर विद द सेंटर. ऑलमोस्ट ऑल डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस आर लेविड बाय द सेंटर ओनली. There is one example of direct tax which is levied by state, which is called as professional tax, जिसको बोलते हैं professional tax. No state in the country, I mean I'm not so sure about this, but I don't think so any state in the country levies. मेरे ख्याल से कोई state levy नहीं करता है. I'm not so sure. I think no state levies. Let me tell you about professional tax a little bit. Professional tax is one example of direct tax which is there with state. What is a professional tax? professional tax is a tax levied on professional income. For example, I am a lawyer. As a lawyer, I earn some income. मेरी जो इनकम है एज अ लॉयर वो कहां पे टैक्स हो रही है? वो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में टैक्स हो रही है. एज अ लॉयर आई अर्न 10 लाख रुपीज, दैट इनकम इज टैक्स अंडर इनकम टैक्स एक्ट. बट बिकॉज आई एम अ लॉयर, I have to pay some amount of money to the state government because I am a lawyer. Every lawyer, irrespective of how much income you earn, आपकी इनकम 10 लाख है, आपकी इनकम 10 करोड़ है, whatever income you earn, your income is taxed under income tax act. But your profession, that is you are lawyer, that profession is taxed under professional tax of the state government. State government levy करती है professional tax. It is a tax levied on profession. State government will say that we levy tax on doctors because you are doctor, therefore a tax. Because you are a lawyer, because you are a chartered accountant, therefore a tax. I don't think so there is any state that levies professional tax. The reason is, हो सकता है कोई स्टेट हो जो लेवी करता हो, मुझे पता नहीं है, हो सकता है कोई स्टेट हो लेवी करता हो, मेरे ख्याल से कोई नहीं करता है. रीजन उसका सिंपल सा है. रीजन इज that professional tax is capped at 2500 rupees. The maximum amount of professional tax that you can collect from one person is 25. तो एक लॉयर है, आप लॉयर से 2500 रुपए मैक्सिमम कलेक्ट कर सकते हो एज प्रोफेशनल टैक्स. 2500 rupees from a profession you can collect. Number one, it is not going to lead to lot of revenue for the state. If government levies professional tax on all the lawyers, all the CAs, all the doctors, then government may collect some revenue, but per person pay it is capped at 2500. More than the revenue that it collects, it is going to generate bad will for the government. कि 2500 रुपए आपने टैक्स लगा दिया, आपका कोई रेवेन्यू तो ठीक ठाक कलेक्ट होगा नहीं, उससे ज्यादा आपको वो मिल जाएगी कि भाई जो है you have levied some unnecessary burden on us. So that is why I don't think so any government levies this professional tax. Not a lucrative source, and secondly, because it is not a lucrative source, not a lucrative source, and secondly, if you levy it, you will bear the brunt of criticism by all the professionals. So this is not levied usually. One more example of direct tax, capital gains tax. Capital gains, GDP वाले चैप्टर हमने पढ़ा था कैपिटल गेन्स क्या होता है. कैपिटल गेन्स, और आई एम श्योर दैट आपने कैपिटल गेन्स के बारे में पढ़ा होगा अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट वाले चैप्टर में, आपने एक्सटर्नल स्टॉक मार्केट वाला चीज पढ़ी है. कैपिटल गेन्स मीन्स I have some asset with me today. I sell it after 10 years. मेरे पास लैंड है, आज मैंने लैंड खरीदा. Today I purchase land at the value of 10 lakh rupees. 10 साल में उस लैंड की वैल्यू 10 लाख से 10 करोड़ हो गई. In 10 years time, the value of land increases from 10 lakh to 10 crore rupees. I sell that land. Sell. मैंने अब सेल किया है उस लैंड को 10 साल के बाद. So on this land, I have earned a profit of 9 crores 90 lakhs. I invested 10 and I am selling it at 10 crores. So therefore I have earned a profit of 9 crore 90 lakh. This 9 crores 90 lakhs is my capital gains. इसको बोलते हैं capital gains. I purchase some asset at some price and I am selling it at a higher price. Any asset. Shares. I purchased shares of Reliance Industry at 1000 rupees. I sold them at 3000 rupees. So I am having a gain of 2000 rupees on this asset. Whatever gain you have, that gain is called as capital gains. Capital gains is also taxed. Capital gains is part of your incomes. It is taxed like your income. Capital gains is taxed like your income, like income. The manner in which capital gains is taxed is a little bit different. It is mostly like income. जैसे land का example ले लेते हैं. In case of land, you purchased it for 10 lakhs and you sold it for 10 crores. आपका कैपिटल गेन्स तो 9 करोड़ 90 लाख का है. योर कैपिटल गेन्स इज वर्थ 9 करोड़ 90 lakhs, बट योर कैपिटल गेन्स फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ लेविंग कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स इज नॉट 9 करोड़ 90 lakhs. फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ लेविंग कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स, प्रेजेंट वैल्यू ऑफ योर 10 लाख रुपीज विल बी कैलकुलेटेड. कि मार्केट में उस लैंड की वैल्यू कितनी है. यू इन्वेस्टेड 10 लाख रुपीज इन दैट लैंड एंड द सर्कल रेट, जो ऑफिशियल सर्कल रेट है, सर्कल रेट जब आपने खरीदा था तो वो 1000 रुपए स्क्वायर मीटर था, और जब आपने बेचा है तो वो 3000 रुपए स्क्वायर मीटर है। सर्कल रेट हैज इंक्रीज बाय 3 times, हैज इंक्रीज टू 3 times, बाय 2 times, इंक्रीज टू 3 times। तो आपके लैंड की वैल्यू जो 10 लाख थी, आज उसकी वैल्यू 30 लाख होनी चाहिए, 3 गुना, 1000 रुपीज पर स्क्वायर मीटर टू 3000 रुपीज पर स्क्वायर मीटर। आपके लैंड की आज की वैल्यू 30 लाख होनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन आपने बेचा कितने का? 10 करोड़ का। तो इसका मतलब आपको कैपिटल गेन्स तो हुआ 9 करोड़ 90 लाख का। द कैपिटल गेन्स इज वर्थ 9 करोड़ 90 lakhs, बट फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ कैलकुलेटिंग कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स, योर कैपिटल गेन्स इज 10 करोड़ माइनस 30 lakhs। 30 लाख आप रिड्यूस करोगे, क्योंकि आपके लैंड की प्रेजेंट वैल्यू 30 लाख रुपए है। तो 30 लाख की चीज आपने 10 करोड़ में बेची है, ये माना जाएगा। आपने 10 लाख की खरीदी होगी, लेकिन उसकी वैल्यू 30 लाख की थी। 30 लाख की चीज आपने 10 करोड़ में बेची है। नो नीड टू नो दिस थिंग, नो नीड टू नो, एब्सोल्यूटली नो नीड। अगर आप सीए हो या फिर अकाउंटेंट हो या फिर आपको टैक्स पे करना है, तभी आपको जरूरत है। फॉर दिस एग्जाम जीरो नीड, फॉर दिस एग्जाम मैंने आपको बता दिया, जस्ट फॉर योर नॉलेज पर्पसेस। Otherwise, no need for you to know that how is capital gains tax calculated. Further, there is distinction between long term and short term capital gains. अलग अलग assets के लिए long term अलग है, short term अलग है. In case of land, short term means less than 3 years, long term means more than 3 years. अगर 3 साल से पहले आपने लैंड खरीदा है तो उस पर कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स अलग तरीके से लगेगा। 3 साल के बाद लैंड बेचा है तो आपको ऊपर कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स अलग तरीके से लगेगा। सो देयर आर डिफरेंट वेज इन विच कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स इज कैलकुलेटेड, बट नो दिस इज व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। कैपिटल गेन्स इज टैक्स्ड जस्ट लाइक इनकम, जस्ट लाइक इनकम। दिस इज व्हाट कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स इज। दीज आर सम ऑफ द एग्जांपल्स ऑफ डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस। लेते हैं, इट इज इन द सैलरी स्लिप। गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र एंड कर्नाटका में तो है। ठीक है, मेरे को नहीं पता था। थैंक यू फॉर योर इन्फॉर्मेशन मनु। आई डिड नॉट नो दैट देयर वाज एनी स्टेट दैट वाज लिविंग ऐसे। जैसे अबू ने जो लिखा है, आई एम कंप्लीटली अग्री विद अबू कि देखो, आई एम ऑल्सो अ लॉयर, तो बट आई हैव जीरो इनकम फ्रॉम बीइंग अ लॉयर। तो इफ आई हैव टू पे 2500 रुपीज बिकॉज I am a lawyer, therefore I will unregister myself as a lawyer. So it creates disincentives for professionals. So therefore, I am also a lawyer, nahi, but I am becoming a lawyer. काजल क्या कह रहे हो? The profit earned by the corporate will ultimately be the income of owner of that firm after paying salaries and other expenditure. I am a little bit confused. देखो काजल, others also please listen. We distinguish between profits of the firm and how much does the owner get. Profits of Reliance Industries are not income of Mr. Ambani by default. Mr. Ambani's income and Reliance Industries profits are two different things. Reliance Industry earns profits. Reliance Industry may decide to share those profits with its shareholders. Mr. Ambani owns 44% of Reliance Industries. He has a control over, he has a right over only 44% of profits. सबसे पहली बात तो ये है. Second, Mr. Ambani appoints the board of directors of Reliance Industries. Reliance Industry does not have brain of its own. अपना दिमाग नहीं है Reliance Industry के पास। क्यों? क्योंकि Reliance Industry एक जीता जागता प्राणी नहीं है। Reliance Industry is not a living person. It is the board of directors of Reliance Industries that takes decisions on behalf of Reliance Industries. The board will decide what to do with these 1000 crores. The board may decide that from these 1000 crore rupees, entire money can be distributed amongst shareholders according to their share. The board may decide that out of 1000, 500 may be spent for investment. The board may decide out of 1000, 100 crores can be spent for, let's say, team building activities of its employees. Board will decide what to do, not Mr. Ambani. There is a clear distinction. Yes, Mr. Ambani may also be a part of board. Mr. Ambani may appoint who is in the board. But Mr. Ambani's personality as Mukesh Ambani versus as chairman of board of directors, these are two different things. One, he is an individual. Second, he is an agent acting for the company. ये दो अलग अलग चीजें हैं. I hope अब clear हुआ होगा आपको. He decides as part of the board or chairman of board of directors that what to do. Should I give this salary to myself because I am the majority owner and with other shareholders, or should I invest it somewhere else? अब clear हुआ? चलो अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. These were some examples of direct taxes. क्या कह रहे हो शुभम? Corporates give their employees salary from profit and their employees pay income tax, and from same profit corporates pay tax as corporate tax from total profit. It not look like double taxation. शुभम गलत समझ रहे हो. Corporates do not pay salaries from their profits. ये गलत समझ रहे हो. Profit मतलब क्या? Profit is revenue minus cost. Profit of a firm is revenue minus cost. In cost, you have got employee salary. अब डाउट क्लियर हो जाएगा आपका अगर इस चीज को लुक एट इट फ्रॉम दिस वे. कॉस्ट फॉर अ फर्म क्या होता है? CTC, कॉस्ट टू कंपनी. Corporates do not pay salaries from their profits. Yes, you say that if there will be profits, only then company will be able to pay. But when a company does its accounting, while accounting, you are accounting for salaries as part of cost. Profits are different. Profits are revenue minus cost. Your turnover or sales minus cost. That is what profit is. ठीक है? So no double taxation. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. Let's discuss some indirect taxes. As we were discussing, there are various taxes which are specific to certain events of taxation. Indirect taxes, as we know, are taxes levied on some person, but the burden of that tax can be shifted to some other person. मेरे ऊपर levy हुआ और मैंने किसी और पे shift कर दिया. That is what indirect taxes. Let's take some examples of indirect taxes. पहला tax, excise duty. Excise duty is a tax whose event of taxation is production. Excise duty is a tax whose event of taxation is production. As soon as a good comes into existence, ये पानी की बॉटल बिस्लरी की जैसे ही बिस्लरी ने प्रोड्यूस करी, as soon as they produce it, this will be taxed. What tax would be levied on its production? That tax is called excise duty. Excise समझ में आया? What is the event? Event is production. Bisleri is required to pay a tax just because it has produced this. It has not yet sold this. Just because it has come into existence, it has to pay a tax which is called as excise duty. At the same time, Bisleri is allowed to charge this tax from somebody. When Bisleri has produced this water bottle, it has sold this to a wholesaler. जिस wholesaler ने मान लो विजन आईएस, जिस wholesaler से विजन आईएस ने खरीदी है, उस wholesaler को Bisleri ने बेची होगी. Bisleri would have sold this water bottle to a wholesaler. Bisleri is allowed to charge the excise duty that it has paid to the government from this wholesaler. जब wholesaler को Bisleri bill देगी, when Bisleri gives bill to the wholesaler, value of this water bottle is 5 rupees when Bisleri is selling to the wholesaler. Plus, on that 5 rupees, Bisleri will say, give me 1 rupees also because I have paid 1 rupees of tax on this bottle to the government. Bisleri is allowed to charge this tax from the wholesaler. Producer कौन है? Bisleri. Who has paid to the government? Bisleri. Who is bearing the burden? The wholesaler. When was tax levied? As soon as the bottle came into existence, not when it is sold. As soon as it came into existence, a tax was levied. This tax is called excise duty. Nature of tax, indirect tax. On whom it is levied? The producer. Levied on producer. Who bears the burden? The buyer. Producer ने जिसको भी बेचा. In the transaction between Bisleri and wholesaler, wholesaler is the buyer. He may sell this to somebody else, let's say to retailer. Retailer may sell it to somebody else, let's say us. हर एक ट्रांजैक्शन में एक बायर है, एक सेलर है. एक्साइज ड्यूटी के संदर्भ में, इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ एक्साइज ड्यूटी, द प्रोड्यूसर इज द प्रोड्यूसर एंड द सेलर ऑल्सो. प्रोड्यूसर सेल्स टू एनीवन, wholesaler, retailer, directly to the consumer, to anyone. Producer can charge this tax from the buyer. Responsibility to pay to the government of producer. Who bears the burden? The buyer. What is the event of taxation? Production. Who levies excise duty? Again, it is the center. Next example of indirect tax. Customs duty. Customs. Customs duty, event of taxation of customs duty is change of boundary, international boundary. Change of international boundary. When international boundary changes, when a good moves from one country to another country, or from international waters or international space into a country. A good is moving from India to outside, or is entering from outside into India. There is a change of international border. India के borders में या तो आया है या India के borders से गया है. On this event is change of international boundary. On this event, a tax is levied, which is called as customs duty. Both inbound and outbound. Levied on goods coming into India, levied on goods leaving India. The rate at which is levied on goods may be different. The rate at which customs duty is levied on goods entering India and the rate at which is levied on goods exiting India may be different. Maybe सरकार बोले कि जो इंडिया से एग्जिट हो रहे हैं वो हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स हैं, दे आर एग्जम्प्ट फ्रॉम कस्टम ड्यूटी. इसका मतलब उनके ऊपर 0% कस्टम्स लग रही है, बट इट मे बी लेविड ऑन देम. द इवेंट ऑफ टैक्सेशन इज event of taxation of customs duty is change of international boundary. Again, who levies? The center. On whom it is levied? किसके ऊपर levy किया जा रहा है customs duty? The entity who is causing this change in international boundary. I am importing some goods from abroad. I am the one who is importing the goods from abroad. Amazon is selling those goods from US to India. मैंने Amazon US की वेबसाइट खोली और Amazon US की वेबसाइट से कुछ ऑर्डर किया इंडिया में डिलीवर करने के लिए. Amazon will bring those goods from US to India. Who is responsible to pay customs duty? Amazon. Customs duty will be levied on the entity which is changing this boundary. Amazon चेंज कर रही है बाउंड्री, मैं नहीं जा रहा हूं, Amazon चेंज कर रही है. लेकिन Amazon के पास अधिकार है. Amazon has a right to charge this customs duty from me. Amazon बोलेगा आपको खरीदना था, you had to buy, therefore you asked us to purchase it from abroad. So we have a right to charge this customs duty from you. Who pays to the government? The changer of boundary. The changer of boundary can charge it from the buyer. This is what customs duty is. The event of taxation is change of international boundary. Next, sales tax, VAT, service tax and GST. The next tax is sales tax. Let me use the word sales tax and then I'll explain all other taxes. Sales tax. The next tax is sales tax. Example of next indirect tax is sales. As the name suggests, what is the event of taxation? The event of taxation is sale. Whenever a good is sold between one person to another person, from one person to another person, then a tax is levied which is called as sales tax. Event of taxation बिल्कुल clear होना चाहिए. What is the event of taxation of excise? Production. A good comes into existence, tax is levied. Doesn't matter whether it is sold or not. It has come into existence, tax is levied. Simply, the producer will be able to collect tax from the buyer only when he sells. Simply that is the case. लेकिन टैक्स लेवी कब हो रहा है? लेवी तो तभी हो रहा है जैसी गुड प्रोडक्शन में आ गया, जैसी गुड प्रोड्यूस हुआ वैसी टैक्स लेवी हो गया. मैं बायर से तब कलेक्ट कर पाऊंगा जब उसको सेल करूंगा, लेकिन इवेंट ऑफ टैक्सेशन इज प्रोडक्शन. कस्टम्स, event of taxation is change of international boundary. Sales, event of taxation is sale of a good. A good is sold from party A to party B, from producer to wholesaler, from wholesaler to retailer, from retailer to consumer. All these transactions are examples of sales transaction. Producer sells it to wholesaler, sells. On this transaction, a sales tax is levied. Wholesaler sells it to retailer, again sells. On this transaction, a sales tax is levied. Retailer sells to consumer, again sells. Again on this transaction, a sales tax is levied. Event of taxation is sale. This is what a sales tax is. VAT, which is value added tax. VAT is simply a sales tax calculated in a value added manner. क्या होता है VAT? वो मैं बाद में बताऊंगा. What is this value added manner? I will talk about it in some time. VAT is nothing but sales tax. VAT is a tax whose event of taxation is sales. Simply what is the difference is the manner in which it is computed. सेल्स का कंप्यूटेशन अलग तरीके से होता है, वैट का कंप्यूटेशन अलग तरीके से होता है. वैट इज अ रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ सेल्स टैक्स. Sales tax was calculated earlier in some manner and now it is calculated in a value added manner. VAT is nothing but new sales tax calculated in a value added manner. We'll discuss what value added manner is. Service tax. Service tax is tax levied on sale of a service. Service tax is also an example of sales tax. Service tax is also an example of sales tax. Simply, service tax is a tax which is levied on sale of a service. When our constitution was made, when various indirect taxes acts were made, you did not envisage that services will also be sold. Later on it was seen कि एक बहुत बड़ी पार्ट ऑफ इकोनॉमी तो हम टैक्स ही नहीं कर रहे हैं. केवल जो जितनी भी हमारी टैक्स लॉज हैं दे परटेन टू सेल्स ऑफ गुड्स. सेल ऑफ गुड्स एक्ट, टैक्स लॉ का नाम ही है सेल्स ऑफ गुड्स एक्ट. All our tax laws pertain to sale of goods. They do not include services. We are not taxing large part of the economy. Services are also sold from person 1 to person 2 and there is no tax on them. So we realize this and therefore we introduce what is called as service tax. Service tax is simply a sales tax levied on sale of a service. So event is again sales. Sales tax was the original one. It was modified into VAT. It is one more way in which sales tax is implemented is service tax, in which services are taxed. Sale of services tax. GST, goods and services tax. GST is also a tax on sale. The event of taxation of GST is sales. Sales tax was later subsumed by VAT, that is value added tax. VAT is now subsumed by GST, that is goods and services tax. VAT and services tax. VAT, value added tax, which was sales tax on goods calculated in a value added manner, and services tax, which was sales tax on sale of services. Both of them have now been subsumed under GST, goods and services tax. There are other taxes also which are subsumed under GST. We'll talk about them in just 5 minutes time. Event of taxation is sale of a good or service. This is the first big tax that states have a control over. States levy sales tax. Sales tax is levied by states. States have the power to tax sales. Sale happen between person 1 to person 2. A state taxes that sale. Sales are taxed by states. Sales tax was a state tax. Value added tax, VAT, which was simply a modified form of sales tax, was a state tax. Services tax was a central government tax, even though it was a sales tax. Services का जो टैक्स था, it was a central government tax, even though it was a sales tax. I hope it is clear to everyone. Now there is no sales tax, there is no VAT, there is no service tax. Now we have GST. We'll talk about GST in some time. Event of taxation should be clear. Event of taxation is sales. On whom is the tax levied? On seller. Person A sells to person B, seller, buyer. Person A sells to person B, tax is levied on person A. Government will levy a tax on person A. तो सरकार को टैक्स कौन पे करेगा? A ही पे करेगा. सरकार को तो A पे करेगा, लेकिन A can collect this from B. Goods are sold from A to B. Tax is levied on seller. A, the seller, has got a right to collect the tax from B. He can charge B for the tax that he is paying. Payment to the government will be done by A only. Example of indirect tax. The event of taxation being sales. Central sales tax, really important. CST. CST, 1 मिनट बाद CST बताता हूं. पहले ये छोटा सा एक लास्ट वाला टैक्स है, ये कवर कर देता हूं. Let me just finish this. Last वाला टैक्स. Entry tax, octroi tax, etc. etc. Central sales tax पे 2 मिनट में आता हूं. Central sales tax forms our entry point to GST. तो CST के ऊपर 2 मिनट में आ रहा हूं. बस पहले ये वाला टैक्स बता दूं पहले मैं आपको. Entry tax or octroi or other names of the same tax. What was customs duty? Customs duty was a tax which was levied on event being change in international boundary. There are taxes that are levied on change in domestic boundaries, change in state boundary, change in district boundary, change in municipal boundaries. एक स्टेट से दूसरे स्टेट में गुड जा रहा है. फ्रॉम कर्नाटका गुड इज गोइंग टू महाराष्ट्र. इन महाराष्ट्र गुड इज गोइंग फ्रॉम पुणे टू मुंबई. In Mumbai, good is going from one central Mumbai to, let's say, some other part of Mumbai. Change in state boundary, change in district boundary, change in municipal boundaries. Event is change in some administrative boundary. जब वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बाउंड्री इंटरनेशनल होती है तब उसका नाम कस्टम्स ड्यूटी देते हैं. वी कॉल दैट कस्टम्स ड्यूटी when there is change in international boundary. When the change in boundary is domestic, it is given different names. It is given the name of entry tax or octroi or etc. etc. स्टेट के अंदर जब एंटर होता है उसको एंट्री टैक्स बोलते हैं. डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर जब एंटर होता है उसको ऑक्ट्रॉय बोलते हैं. म्युनिसिपल बाउंड्री के अंदर एंटर होता है उसको म्युनिसिपल टैक्स बोलते हैं. Some states may have their different naming conventions of these taxes. Entry और octroi का सबका अलग अलग नाम भी हो सकता है. In general, they are called as entry taxes or octroys. The event is change in domestic administrative boundary, either from one state to another or from one district to another. What is the event? Event is change in boundary. A consignment of goods enters into Maharashtra from Karnataka, उस कंसाइनमेंट के ऊपर टैक्स लगा कि एक ट्रक महाराष्ट्र में आया तो उसके ऊपर आपको टैक्स देना पड़ेगा. Because a truck is entering Maharashtra, you have to pay a tax that Maharashtra government is levying on that truck. That tax is called as entry tax. Event is change of domestic boundary. I hope it is clear to everybody that what are these different taxes and their events. One tax is left, which is Central Sales Tax, CST. CST will form our basis of GST. Before we start with CST and GST, let's quickly recap our different taxes. Event of taxation and levying entity बोलना अपने मन में. Income tax, event of taxation, generation of income. Levying entity, center. Corporate tax, event of taxation, generation of profits. Levying entity, center. Minimum alternate tax, type of corporate tax. Levying entity, center. Professional tax, it is a tax levied by state on profession. Wealth tax, abhi nahi hai, not bothered about it. Capital gains tax, levied on capital gains on selling some asset at a profit. Levied like income tax, levied by the center. Indirect taxes पे आते हैं. First, excise duty, event of taxation, production. A good comes into existence. Just because it has come into existence, it will be taxed. Levied by center. Paid to the center by producer. Producer can charge it from buyer. Next, customs duty. Event of taxation, change in international boundary. Levied by center. Levied on the person who is causing change in international boundary. Who is doing this change in international boundary? Who bears the burden? The person who is buyer. Third, sales tax. Event of taxation, sale of a good from one person to another person. Who levies? State levies. Who pays to the state? Seller pays to the state. Seller can collect it from the buyer, indirect. VAT, value added tax. Simply a different manner of levying sales tax. है तो sales tax ही, बस उसको calculation different है, computation is different. Service tax, sale of service, levied by center, not state, by center. Paid by seller of service. Seller of service can collect it from buyer of service. Entry tax and octroi and other such taxes. Event of taxation, change of domestic administrative boundary, like change of state boundary, change of district boundary, change of municipal boundary. Levying entity, state. और म्यूनिसिपैलिटी इन दैट, किसी केस में म्यूनिसिपैलिटी, किसी केस में डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, जो भी है. महाराष्ट्र में एंटर हो रहा है तो महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट टैक्स लगा देगी. पुणे से मुंबई में जा रहा है तो मुंबई का जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो टैक्स लगा देगा. मुंबई से एक म्यूनिसिपैलिटी से दूसरी में जा रहा है तो दूसरी म्यूनिसिपैलिटी वाला टैक्स लगा देगा. वॉट एवर द लिविंग एंटिटी, जहां पे भी एंटर करो वो लिविंग एंटिटी है. एग्जाम्पल ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स, हु पेज, जो भी बाउंड्री क्रॉस कर रहा है वो पे करेगा. हु बियर्स द बर्डन, जिसकी वजह से बाउंड्री, जो जिसने गुड्स मंगवाए, जो बायर है वही टैक्स पे करेगा. Now let's come to a discussion on Central Sales Tax and GST. CST, Central Sales Tax, and GST, Goods and Services Tax. Central Sales Tax is a sales tax levied by center. अभी हमने पढ़ा sales tax is levied by states. अब यहां पे आ गया Central Sales Tax. Why? It is our constitutional scheme of things. Our constitution has decided who is the levying entity. ये सारे टैक्स की जो levying entity है constitution में लिखी है. There is no logic. I mean, there would be logic why constitution makers chose to put these taxes with these entities, but it is written in constitution that these taxes would be levied by center, these by states. There is one type of sales which is levied by, which is taxed by center. That tax, that sale is an interstate sale. Let us begin our discussion on GST now. Goods and Services Tax. Goods and services tax. And to understand GST, we must first understand CST, Central Sales Tax. Central Sales Tax. To understand GST, we first have to understand CST and then we have to understand VAT. ये दो चीजें हमको समझनी पड़ेंगी to understand goods and services. Understand these things, GST is very easy. इसके बाद GST आसान हो जाएगा. Let's understand CST first. Then we'll understand VAT and then we'll understand GST. Central Sales Tax. आसान है. Let's please understand now CST, Central Sales Tax. You have got two states. अच्छा सुनो. Have you read the handout that was given to you? GST का handout आपको 3-4 क्लास पहले मिला था. बड़ी मेहनत से मैंने लिखा था 1-2 साल पहले. अगर आपने पढ़ा है तो बहुत अच्छी बात है. If you have read, then you will find it easy to understand. I've been asking you to read that since past 3 classes. I sincerely hope that by now, at least some of you would have read. Is toll a tax? Is toll tax comes under octroi? नहीं भाई. अरे toll बिल्कुल अलग चीज है. Toll is completely different. Toll is not a tax. We call it a toll tax because of lack of a better word. Toll is not a tax. Tax बताया ना क्या है? Tax is a general payment that you do to the government. Toll is a fee that you are paying to travel on that road. उस road पे travel करने की जो fee दे रहे हो वो toll है. Toll is not a tax. Tax is a general payment. Because of a lack of better word, we use the word tax to describe toll tax. ठीक है? चलो. Let's take example of two states, Maharashtra and UP. Now, Mercedes has a plant in Maharashtra. Near Pune, Pimpri Chinchwad, there's a place. Mercedes has a plant there, Merc. Mercedes manufactures its cars in Maharashtra. Obviously, Mercedes sells its cars in rest of the country as well. Let's say it sells its cars in UP as well. UP में नोएडा में मान लो एक Mercedes का शोरूम है और Mercedes के शोरूम से Mercedes cars are being sold. Merc are being sold to various people. This car was produced in Maharashtra. Production of this car happened in Maharashtra. On production, what tax is levied? Excise. But excise is levied by center, so Maharashtra government has nothing to do with it. Center government आई और इसके ऊपर excise ले गई. Central government levies an excise duty here on the production. Maharashtra government has nothing to do here. It was produced here and from here the producer sold it to a showroom in Noida, which is in UP. A sale has happened from Maharashtra to Noida. This is an example of interstate sale. Interstate sale. Now this is just one example. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हर एक स्टेट के अंदर सभी कुछ जो कंज्यूम होता है वो उसी स्टेट में बनता हो. It is not the case that everything that is consumed in a state is produced in that state only. The country is one integrated unit, and in the country factories are located at different places, and therefore goods are produced from one state and they are sold in many other states. So this is a very common thing that there would be so many interstate sales happening from Maharashtra to UP or from Maharashtra to Gujarat, from Maharashtra to Kashmir. There would be so many interstate sales happening. Don't bother with this for a minute. In Noida, somebody buys this car. Now this sale has happened from Noida. ये नोएडा में ही सेल हुई है. Noida mein a sale has happened. Somebody has purchased this car from Noida. Because this sale has happened here, therefore ये वाली सेल तो जो है यूपी गवर्नमेंट के अंदर आती है. दिस कम्स अंडर यूपी गवर्नमेंट्स एम्बिट. यूपी गवर्नमेंट सेल्स टैक्स कौन लगाता है? स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. यूपी गवर्नमेंट विल लेवी अ सेल्स टैक्स ऑन दिस सेल. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट हैज हैपेंड इन नोएडा. There is no ambiguity that who has the right to tax this sale. This sale is happening in Noida, therefore UP government will definitely be the one who will be levying this tax. But what about this sale? Maharashtra government will say that sale originated from here. UP government will say whatsoever it originated from you, it is happening in Noida. हमने खरीदी है, खरीदने वाला हमारे यहां है. महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट बोलेगी नहीं, बेचने वाला हमारे यहां है, तो दोनों आपस में लड़ लेंगे. Both will fight with each other that who has a right to tax this sale. Who will tax this interstate sales? Now there are millions and millions of interstate sales happening in the country. Every state government will want to claim the revenue that it can collect from that sales. Maharashtra government will say that दिस सेल के ऊपर हम टैक्स कलेक्ट करेंगे. यूपी गवर्नमेंट विल से दिस सेल के ऊपर हम टैक्स कलेक्ट करेंगे. सो देयर वुड बी सो मेनी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स व्हेन इट कम्स टू इंटरस्टेट सेल्स. टू रिमूव दीज कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हैज अ वेरी सिंपल स्कीम. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सेज ना तुम्हारा ना तुम्हारा. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट विल टैक्स दीज सेल्स. These sales will be taxed by central government. Sales of this nature, which are interstate, sales of interstate nature, there is a sale happening, event of sale is being created here. It is the central government that taxes this event, which is called as Central Sales Tax, CST. Now, Maharashtra government yahan pe मुंह बना के बैठ जाएगी. महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट विल फील डिसहार्टेंड. व्हाई? बिकॉज यूपी गवर्नमेंट तो यहां पे सेल्स टैक्स कलेक्ट कर ही लेगी ना. अल्टीमेटली दिस कार इज सोल्ड इन यूपी, देयरफॉर ऑन दिस सेल यूपी गवर्नमेंट विल कलेक्ट सेल्स टैक्स. यूपी गवर्नमेंट वाज फाइटिंग विद महाराष्ट्र बिकॉज इट वांटेड टू कलेक्ट मोर सेल्स टैक्स. महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट विल से अ कार वाज प्रोड्यूस्ड हियर और ये हमारी नाक के नीचे से चली गई और हम इस पर टैक्स भी नहीं लगा पाए. ये वाला टैक्स सेंटर ने लगा लिया, ये वाला टैक्स यूपी को चला गया, हमें तो कुछ भी नहीं मिला. सो द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सेज दैट सच सेल विच इज ऑफ इंटरस्टेट नेचर विल बी टैक्स्ड बाय द सेंटर एंड द रेवेन्यू विच द सेंटर कलेक्ट्स फ्रॉम दिस सेल विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड इन एंटायरिटी टू द स्टेट वेयर सेल हैज ओरिजिनेटेड. ये जो सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स लगा है, दिस सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स, दैट इज अ सेल्स टैक्स levied on interstate sale. Tax has been collected by center. Who has the right? Center has the right. Who collects? Center collects. But what happens to the collection? Entire collection is transferred to the state where sale has originated. ये सेंट्रल के नेट टैक्सेस, ग्रॉस टैक्सेस का पार्ट नहीं है. When we look at the taxes collected by center, central sales tax is not a part. Central sales tax is collected by the center, but it is transferred by the center in its entirety immediately to the state where sale has originated. ये यूपी के पास, सेंटर के पास, किसी के पास नहीं रहेगा. सेंटर will not retain one penny from this. Entire amount of this CST will go to Maharashtra. Now, think about what will be the rate of central sales tax. If Mercedes is produced and sold in Maharashtra, Maharashtra government has a sales tax of, let's say, Maharashtra government levies a sales tax of, let's say, 20%, 20% लगाया. लग्जरी गाड़ी है तो मान लो 30% लगा दिया, 30%. Maharashtra government levies a tax of 30%. If car was produced and sold in Maharashtra, on sale, Maharashtra government levies a 30% tax. क्या हो गया? Versus UP government. UP government will also have similar thinking that अगर लग्जरी कार इज सोल्ड इन नोएडा तो इसके ऊपर तो और टैक्स लगाते हैं. यूपी गवर्नमेंट विल लेवी अ टैक्स ऑफ लेट्स से 30% ऑल्सो. It is independent to decide. It is independent of UP government of how it wants to tax. Maharashtra and UP will have different sales tax. Registration की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं. I'm not talking about registration fees. RTO fees जो पे करते हो उसकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं. I'm not talking about RTO. Mind it, I'm not talking about registration tax. When you buy a car, you pay a sales tax on that car. Also, when you register a car, दो अलग अलग events हैं. When you buy, you pay sales tax. When you register, you pay registration charges. Registration charges are also different for every state. At the same time, sales tax is also different, or was different before GST, is also different for every state. Before GST की बात कर रहे हैं, before GST, UP government will tax it independently. For clarification purposes, let me write it at let's say 35%. यूपी गवर्नमेंट ने इसके ऊपर 35% टैक्स लगाया. महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने जब मर्सिडीज सेल हो रही है, सेल के ऊपर, रजिस्ट्रेशन पे नहीं, सेल पे महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने 30% टैक्स लगाया. नाउ अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भी इस सेल को देखे और बोले कि सेल्स के ऊपर हम टैक्स लगाते हैं, लग्जरी आइटम सेल हो रहा है तो इसके ऊपर हम भी 30% टैक्स लगा देते हैं, 30%. दैट मीन्स कार व्हेन इट रीचेज नोएडा विल बिकम वेरी एक्सपेंसिव. 1 करोड़ की गाड़ी थी, उसके ऊपर 30 लाख रुपए यहां पे टैक्स लग गया और अगला 40 लाख रुपए यहां पे टैक्स लग गया. टू बाय अ मर्सिडीज इन महाराष्ट्र, लेट्स से वैल्यू ऑफ कार इज 1 करोड़. टू बाय द सेम कार इन महाराष्ट्र यू आर पेइंग 1.3 करोड़. लेट्स से अज्यूमिंग ओनली सेल्स टैक्स. टू बाय अ कार इन महाराष्ट्र यू आर पेइंग 1.3 करोड़. हियर इफ यू लेवी 30% टैक्स, 1.3 तो यहां पे कीमत हो गई, प्लस लेट्स से 30% टैक्स यूपी गवर्नमेंट ने लगा दिया. सो 1.3 प्लस लेट्स से अबाउट 35. Same car to buy in UP, you'll be paying 1.65 crores. So value of car will drastically change if central government levies a high sales tax. Central sales tax is very low, बहुत कम होता है. The magnitude of central sales tax is very low. Usually it is fixed at 2%. Usually central sales tax जो है 2% के ऊपर फिक्स होता है. Usually central sales tax is fixed at 2% level. I hope this is clear to everybody. Central sales tax is fixed at 2% level. It is usually very low. Why is it low? I hope I have explained this and everybody has understood this. If you keep central sales tax at a high level, then goods will become excessively expensive here. Therefore, CST is kept at a low level. Number one, what is CST? I hope this should be clear to everybody. CST will be required to understand GST, goods and services tax. Next, let us understand VAT, value added tax. ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जीएसटी समझने के लिए. Let us understand. I hope CST is clear to everybody. What is central sales tax? Tax levied on interstate sale. By whom? By center. It is usually of low magnitude. The tax is in its entirety paid by the center to the state where sale has originated. महाराष्ट्र को पूरा का पूरा टैक्स मिल जाएगा. This is what central sales tax is, CST is. Now let's talk about VAT, value added tax. VAT के बारे में बात करते हैं अब. Value added tax. Value added tax. Let's take producer, wholesaler, retailer. आगे इसके कंज्यूमर बना लो. Let's take this supply chain from producer to wholesaler to retailer to consumer. What is a sales tax? Sales tax is tax levied on sales. Producer sells to wholesaler, sales tax. Wholesaler sells to retailer, again sales tax. Retailer sells to consumer, again sales tax. Let us forget about all other taxes, excise, customs, फलाना, entry, octroi, सबको भूल जाते हैं. Central sales tax सबको भूल जाते हैं. Let's forget about all other taxes. Let's consider only sales. Let us say the value of good that producer wants to sell. सब लोग पूरा ध्यान लगाना, वैट पढ़ रहे हैं, वैट इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है काफी. सब लोग प्लीज 2 घूंट पानी के पियो और यहां पे ध्यान लगाओ. Everybody please take 2 घूंट्स of पानी. Pay attention here. योर क्वेश्चंस अगर बाद में तो अभी रोक के रखो, पहले यहां पे ध्यान दो. प्रोड्यूसर टू होलसेलर टू रिटेलर टू कंज्यूमर, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट सेल्स टैक्स. सेल्स क्या बताया था? वैल्यू एडेड टैक्स इज जस्ट a different manner in which sales tax is levied. Let us say the producer wants to sell his goods to wholesaler which are worth 1000 rupees, 1000 rupees. 1000 rupees is the value of goods that producer wants to sell his goods at to the wholesaler. On this transaction from producer to wholesaler, let's assume a sales tax, uniform sales tax of 10%. On this transaction, a sales tax at the rate of 10%, on this transaction, a sales tax at the rate of 10% is levied. What is 10% of 1000? 100 rupees, 100 rupees. 100 rupees sales tax is levied. Therefore, the wholesaler pays 1100 rupees. Wholesaler ने कितने पे किए? 1100. Producer sold his goods. Everyone please pay attention here. यहां पे ध्यान नहीं भटकना चाहिए. Producer sells his goods for 1000. On this sale transaction, the wholesaler is charged a sales tax of 100 rupees. Therefore, the wholesaler pays 1100 rupees in total. This 1001, ये मैं मिटा रहा हूं, जो हेडिंग लिखी है इसको मैं मिटा रहा हूं. This 100 rupees of sales tax is collected by the producer from wholesaler and is paid by producer to the government. Government को 100 रुपए पे कर दिए. Government gets 100 rupees from producer. Producer has charged these 100 from wholesaler. This is how sales tax is working. Step number 2. Wholesaler adds his profit, which is its value. Wholesaler adds a profit of 100 rupees. Wholesaler अपना 100 रुपए का प्रॉफिट कमाना चाहता है. Wholesaler adds a total value of 100 rupees on the goods that he has purchased. How much did he pay? He paid 1100. Therefore, he wants to sell his goods at 1200. ये 1200 रुपए में बेचना चाहता है. The value added by wholesaler is 100. He has paid 1100. He wants to sell it for 1200. Again, on this transaction between wholesaler and retailer, again a sales tax at the rate of 10% would be levied. 1200 का 10% कितना हुआ? 120, 120 rupees. The wholesaler collects these 120 rupees from the retailer and pays these 120 rupees to the government. Government gets 120 rupees here. Let us also assume that all these sales are happening in the state. अगर स्टेट में नहीं हो रही होती, एक स्टेट से दूसरे, अगर होलसेलर और रिटेलर अलग अलग स्टेट में होते तो यहां पे सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स हो जाता. So let's not complicate, let's keep it simple. Wholesaler sells to retailer goods worth 1200. On this goods worth 1200, a sales tax of 10% is levied. Therefore, the retailer pays a sales tax of 120 to the wholesaler, which wholesaler pays to the government. Wholesaler has paid 100 rupees to the producer, which producer pays to the government. Next step. I hope everybody can now visualize. Retailer ने कितने में goods खरीदे? 1200 plus 120. 1200 plus 120. Retailer ने कितना पे किया? 1200 रुपए plus 120 rupees tax. So retailer has paid 1320 rupees. Retailer has paid 1320 rupees to buy these goods. Let us say the retailer adds a value of 80 rupees. 80 रुपए की value retailer ने add करी. Retailer makes a profit of 80 rupees. Therefore, retailer wants to sell this good to the consumer at what price? 1400 rupees. 1400 रुपए. Retailer will sell to the consumer at 1400. 1320 is my buy price. 80 rupees is my value added. 1400 rupees is what I want to charge from the consumer. Retailer will sell to the consumer, and again on this transaction, a sales tax at the rate of 10% would be levied. How much is 10%? 140 rupees, 140 rupees. Same thing happens here. The consumer pays 140 rupees to the retailer. Retailer pays this 120 rupees, 140 rupees to the government. Is this clear to everyone? This is how sales tax was levied. Sales tax ऐसे levy किया जाता था पहले. In this levying of sales tax, a good which was worth 1000 is finally being paid by the consumer for rupees. Consumer कितने पे कर रहा है? 1400 plus 140, 1540 रुपए पे कर रहा है consumer. A good which was worth rupees 1000 when it left the producer. When it left the producer, the good was worth 1000. Consumer is paying 1540. How much was profit of wholesaler and retailer? इसका profit है 100 रुपए, इसका profit है 80 रुपए. On 1000, let's add profit of wholesaler which is 100. Let's add profit of retailer which is 80. 180. 1180. 1180 is the price of the good attributable to the producer, the wholesaler and retailer. What has consumer paid? Consumer has paid 1540. So consumer ने essentially कितना tax bear किया है? 100 rupees here, 120 here and 140 here. 260 और 100, 360. 360 rupees is the value of tax borne by the consumer. The consumer is paying excessively high for the goods that he is purchasing. Sales tax is being levied at each stage, that is leading to consumer paying excessively high. Becomes unfair. Let us try to dissect this unfairness here. अगर हम देखें कंज्यूमर ने कितना प्राइस पे किया, कंज्यूमर हैज पेड 1540 which is equals to 1000 rupees plus 100 rupees of profit of wholesaler plus 80 rupees of profit of retailer plus 360 rupees of tax. If I break down this tax into its constituents, 360 is 360 क्या है? 360 is 100 rupees of tax in the first stage here from producer to wholesaler plus 120 rupees of tax in the second stage from wholesaler to retailer plus 140 rupees of tax in the third stage, that is from retailer to consumer. Tax is levied like 100 plus 120 plus 140. Tax का rate क्या है? 10%. 10% is the rate of tax. On each sale, a 10% tax is levied. Please pay attention सब लोग. On each sale, a 10% tax is levied, which is leading to the consumer paying 1540 rupees, that is 360 rupees of tax on this good worth rupees 1180. In this transaction, 100 rupees is the tax which is calculated. I urge you to please pay attention. सब लोग ध्यान से सुनना. मैथमेटिक्स है, आसान मैथमेटिक्स है, लेकिन कई सारे नंबर्स हैं, छोटे छोटे नंबर्स हैं, इसलिए ध्यान मत भटकाना प्लीज. I don't want to explain this thing again. Please, it is a little bit tricky, not at all difficult, very easy, but tricky है. कई 100, 110, 10%, ये सब मैं बार बार नंबर्स बोलूंगा तो ध्यान भटक सकता है. प्लीज कृपया करके ध्यान देना, दोबारा एक्सप्लेन करने की मेरी हिम्मत भी नहीं होगी. प्लीज पे अटेंशन. This 100 rupees is a tax on 1000. 10% on 1000. This is what 100 is. What is this 120 rupees? I can break down this 120 rupees into two parts. 100 plus 20. Or I can break into two parts, three parts. 100 plus 10 plus 10. Everyone please pay attention, I'll repeat. ऑन दिस ट्रांजैक्शन बिटवीन होलसेलर टू रिटेलर कितना टैक्स लेवी हुआ है? 120 रुपए. वो 120 रुपए क्या है? इट इज 10% ऑफ 1200. 120 rupees is 10% of 1200. I am breaking down this 120 rupees into three parts. 100 plus 10 plus 10. I am breaking down this 1200 into three parts. 1000 plus 100 plus 100. तीन पार्ट में ब्रेक कर दिया 1200 को. Everyone please look here. I'll write it separately. 120 rupees is the tax. 120 rupees is the tax between wholesaler to retailer. Sale from wholesaler to retailer. Sale from wholesaler to retailer. What is the value? Value is 1200 rupees. At the rate of 10% is the tax. So 1200 पे 10% at the rate of 10% is equals to 120. I am saying that I can break this 1200 into three parts. 1000 plus 100 plus 100 at the rate of 10%. At the rate of 10%. कितना हुआ? 10% of 1000 100 plus 10% of 100 10 plus 10% of 100 10. This is my 120. ये 120 का ब्रेकेज है, ब्रेकडाउन है. 1200 I have broken down into three parts. 1000 plus 100 plus 100. 120 को तीन पार्ट में ब्रेक किया. 100 plus 10 plus 10. 10% of 1200 is 10% of 1000, 10% of 100, 10% of 100, which is 100 plus 10 plus 10 equals to 120. What is this 1000? 1000 is the initial value. Initial value, that is of the producer. Of the producer. What is this 100? This 100 is value added. Value added by the wholesaler. What is this 100? This 100 is tax paid by wholesaler. 1200 is of three parts. 1000 plus 100 plus 100. The first 1000 is, इसको zoom out कर देता हूं थोड़ा सा so that you are able to see the chain as well. 1000 is the value produced by producer, which is part of this 1200. 100 rupees is the value of tax paid by wholesaler to the producer, which is again part of this 1200. 100 rupees is the value added by wholesaler, which is again part of this 1200. तो 1200 के तीन कंपोनेंट्स हैं. 1000 रुपए की वैल्यू, 100 रुपए की वैल्यू एडेड और 100 रुपए का टैक्स. Tax is levied on 1200. That means I am paying 120 rupees of tax on 1200, which is 100 rupees of tax on the initial value, 10 rupees of tax on the value added by wholesaler, 10 rupees of tax on the tax paid by wholesaler. Has the value produced by wholesaler not taxed before? जब प्रोड्यूसर ने होलसेलर को सेल किया, when producer sold the goods to wholesaler, wasn't 1000 rupees taxed here? क्या यहां पे 1000 टैक्स नहीं हुआ था? 1000 rupees was the value of good. It was sold to the wholesaler by the producer. 100 rupees tax was paid. So isn't this 1000 already taxed? ये तो already tax हो चुका है. तो अगर मैं 1200 के अंदर in this 1200 I am again taxing this 1000 which is part of this 1200, is it not a tax on value on which tax has already been paid? Is it not double taxation? Tax has been paid on this and you are again charging tax on this. Double taxation. Value added, this is something new. इसके ऊपर पहले टैक्स नहीं लगा है. 100 rupees of value has been added, इसके ऊपर पहले टैक्स नहीं लगा है. So this is something new, virgin, on which tax is being levied. 100 rupees is the tax paid. The third component of this 1200 is 100 rupees of tax paid. You are taxing tax paid. Tax which has been paid, a tax is being levied on that tax also. 100 रुपए का जो टैक्स पे हुआ है, ये 10 रुपए का टैक्स है, that is a tax on tax. So if you realize that what does this 120 rupees consists of? 120 rupees consists of 100, which is double taxation. Double taxation. That is a value which was already taxed, is being taxed again, 100 rupees out of this 120 is example of double taxation. Value which was already taxed, 1000 rupees, is being taxed again. This 10 rupees is the value of tax on value added. This is tax on value added in this stage. Wholesaler added a value of 100 rupees. This 10 rupees is a tax on value added at this stage. This 10 rupees is an example of tax on tax. ये 10 रुपए जो आप टैक्स पे कर रहे हो, 120 का जो पार्ट है, this 10 rupees is 10 rupees of tax that you are paying on 100 rupees of tax paid at previous stage. So this becomes example of tax on tax. Don't you now realize that there is a cascading effect of taxes at every stage? अब अगर हम अगली स्टेज देखें, if you look at the stage, this was wholesaler to retailer. Between retailer to consumer, there is a tax of 140 rupees. ये क्या है? 1400. 1400 को break down करते हैं again. 1400 can be broken down into 1320 plus 80. 80 is my value added. 80 रुपए मेरी वैल्यू एडेड है, इसके ऊपर टैक्स है 8, इसके ऊपर टैक्स है 8 रुपीज. 1320 क्या है? 1320 इज 1200 प्लस 120. 1200 क्या है? 1200 इज 1000, अभी हमने देखा है, प्लस 100 प्लस दिस 120. व्हाट इज दिस 120? 120 इज अ टैक्स दैट हैज बीन पेड. इसके ऊपर मैं 12 रुपए टैक्स पे कर रहा हूं 10% के रेट से. 120 का 10% 12 रुपीज. इस 100 के ऊपर मैं 10 रुपीज टैक्स पे कर रहा हूं, इस 100 के ऊपर 10 रुपीज टैक्स पे कर रहा हूं, इस 1000 के ऊपर 100 रुपीज टैक्स पे कर रहा हूं. हाउ मच टैक्स आई एम पेइंग हियर? 140, विच इज इक्वल टू 100 प्लस 10 प्लस 10 120 प्लस 12 132 प्लस 8 140. 140 is equals to 100 plus 10 plus 10 plus 12 plus 8, which is nothing but a tax on, सब लोग ध्यान से देखो, 100 is a tax on value that has been taxed. 100 is a tax on value added by wholesaler that has been taxed earlier. Wholesaler के लेवल पे ये टैक्स हो चुकी है. This 100 is a tax on tax, that is tax that wholesaler paid to the producer. This 100 is that. So ये भी पहले टैक्स हो चुकी है. This is tax on tax on tax. ये वाले 10 रुपए जो हैं, ये tax on tax है. ये 120 क्या है? 120. It is a tax that has been paid here. This 120 is, इसके ऊपर 12 रुपए टैक्स पे किया. Again, this is a tax that has been paid. So again, it becomes example of tax on tax. Essentially, only 8 rupees here is what is deserved to be taxed. Only 80 rupees is the value added in this stage, that is the value that has not yet been taxed. बाकी सारी चीजें या तो वो चीज है वैल्यू जो पहले टैक्स हो चुकी है, या फिर टैक्स ऑन टैक्स है. Hence, there is a very unfair burden that the consumer is bearing. A consumer is paying tax again and again, taxes on taxes, that is taxes on values that have been taxed before. Also, the tax on those values that has been taxed before is also being paid by the consumer. So becomes very burdensome for the consumer. Hence, it was realized that sales tax is a very burdensome tax. Sales tax needed a reform. Sales tax needed a reform. The reform came in form of VAT, value added tax. क्या है value added tax? Value added tax is simply a sales tax which is levied not on the entire value of sale but only of value added during that stage. I'll repeat, please pay attention this time. What is value added tax? Value added tax is a tax on sales. Unlike sales tax, which was levied on the entire value of transaction. Unlike sales tax, which was levied on entire value of transaction, value added tax is levied only on value added at that particular stage. By modifying the sales tax into being levied in the value added form, the burden on consumer is being drastically reduced. The cascading effect of taxes is being removed. Cascading means taxing the values that have been already taxed and paying taxes on taxes, which is causing a heavy bloating of price for the consumer. Through value added taxation system, you try to remove this unfairness in the taxing system, that is, which taxes the value that has already been taxed and taxes the taxes as well. Under value added tax regime, under VAT regime, we tax only the value added at a particular stage, not the entire value of transaction. Not the entire transaction, rather only the value added at a particular stage is taxed. This is called a value added taxation system, VAT system. VAT system was introduced. Any taxation reform in the country, कोई भी taxation reform है वो बड़ी ही difficult होती है. Taxation क्या, किसी भी type की reform, चाहे अच्छी हो, चाहे reform मतलब changing for the good. The recent experience, the latest experience, everybody can now think about reforms. Nobody is even going to talk about, let's say, farm reforms with respect to farm laws in next generation. कोई एक generation तक तो अब कोई बात ही नहीं करने वाला है. Small and marginal farmer is being left to their own hal for next one generation again. Anyways, reform. When we talk about any kind of reform, reforms are very difficult. Why? Because somebody who is presently enjoying the benefit of the present system is going to suffer from that. Any person who is presently enjoying the benefit is going to suffer. Therefore, reforms are difficult. In this case, in sales tax case, who is going to suffer? States are going to suffer. क्योंकि स्टेट्स को क्या है, स्टेट्स जब टैक्स इतना सारा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, बार बार हर एक ट्रांजैक्शन के ऊपर पूरी वैल्यू पर टैक्स लग रहा है, तो स्टेट्स को तो मजे ही मजे हैं. दे आर कलेक्टिंग अ टैक्स ऑफ 360 rupees on these transactions, whereas fair value of tax that they should collect is very less. So states are going to lose. Hence there is going to be a resistance from states when it comes to reforming the sales tax system to a VAT system. VAT was first introduced in the year 2000. सन 2000 में introduce किया गया by the then Vajpayee government. There was a great resistance from states. States ने मना किया. The Vajpayee government tried to push. It did not. It could not, and therefore it retracted. Again in 2003, they introduced VAT, value added tax. Again उन्होंने बोला कि हम VAT का tax लेके आएंगे. We will introduce this VAT tax. Now it was a sales tax, तो state government का tax है, तो central government इसमें कुछ कर तो सकती नहीं है. Central government push कर सकती है. Central government can only push the states that you please change your taxation regime to VAT. So central government again pushed the states to, they tried to bring an amendment to the constitution under which they will get the power to push the states. So central government again tried in 2003. Again the opposition parties, opposition rule state, everybody said nahi, bilkul nahi, we are not going to do this. So therefore central government could not do this in 2003 as well. Come 2005, अब 2005 में कांग्रेस की सरकार आ गई. कांग्रेस की सरकार आई तो everybody knew that VAT is good. Everybody knew. BJP knew VAT was good because they were in power. They tried to push VAT so many times. Everybody said कि भाई नहीं आप VAT. Everybody said everybody want any well-meaning every consumer to certainly would want VAT. Everybody wanted VAT. It was a very fair taxation system, but the opposition was heavily against it. Why? Because states are going to lose their revenue. So what was the argument that you will give? You will give attack on federalism, attack on democracy. तो इसलिए ये अटैक के चक्कर में केंद्र सरकार तब नहीं कर पाई. आ जाते हैं 2005 में, 2005 यूपीए गवर्नमेंट. नाउ यूपीए गवर्नमेंट सेज दैट ओके वी विल ब्रिंग वैट. बीजेपी सेड ये क्या बात हुई, हम लेके आ रहे थे, पहले तुमने मना किया था, अब तुम खुद लेके आ रहे हो. बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट, the NDA governments and the BJP, the party, they changed their stance and then they opposed VAT. So 2005 में जब कांग्रेस ने बोला हम लेके आएंगे, तो बीजेपी ने इसका खूब विरोध किया कि हम नहीं लेके आने देंगे. तो again this dilly dallying keeps on going on. In 2005 the government could bring, because they were able to placate the opposition, that is the BJP, because everybody knew that why is BJP opposing now. Why is BJP? You were the ones who proposed this. The Congress party rejected it or opposed it earlier. आप अब oppose मत करो. So this is in national interest. So therefore you must not. So they were brought on board. In 2005, the UPA government introduced VAT. Slowly, all the states came on board. Every state adopted VAT by 2010. By 2010 में last state Haryana था. Haryana was the last state which adopted VAT. By 2010, all states had adopted a value-added taxation system. That is, all states, their sales tax was now levied in form of VAT. Clear है सबको? By 2010, every state changed their sales tax regime, and by 2010, for every state, sales tax was now levied in form of value-added tax, which is commonly called as VAT. अब एक बात ध्यान से सुनना, वैट क्या है? वैट एक सिस्टम है, वैल्यू एडेड टैक्सेशन सिस्टम. वैट इज अ सिस्टम इन विच वी टैक्स वैल्यू एडेड रादर देन एंटायर वैल्यू. VAT is a system in which we tax value added rather than entire value. I hope this point is clear to everybody. This was taken up with the example of sales tax while I explained it to you. Similarly, there are other indirect taxes also. भाई ये obviously indirect taxes में ये applicable होगा क्योंकि cascading तो वहीं पे हो रही है. I am allowed to charge tax from somebody else only in case of indirect tax. Let's take excise duty also. In this case, there was a producer. There is a producer here. The producer, I have said, that is producing goods worth 1,000 rupees. At the same time, producer, in order to produce goods, will be buying some intermediate goods. मान लो दो जगह से ये producer intermediate goods खरीद रहा है. Let's assume the producer is buying intermediate goods from two places. From one place something, from another place something else. When this intermediate good producer produces the intermediate good, मान लो producer है car producer, मान लो this is a car. This intermediate good is, let's say, steel, and this good is, let's say, paint. गाड़ी की बॉडी और गाड़ी का पेंट. मान लो मारुति ने टाटा स्टील से स्टील खरीदा है और मारुति ने नेरोलैक से पेंट खरीदा है, मान लेते हैं. So in order to produce car, Maruti is buying some intermediate goods from two people. Now, when steel was produced, an excise duty was levied on production of steel. Event of taxation, production. When steel was produced, an excise duty was levied on production of steel. When paint is produced, an excise duty is levied on production of paint. When car is produced, excise duty is levied on production of car. आगे की स्टेजेस में कोई प्रोडक्शन नहीं हो रहा है. होलसेलर इज नॉट प्रोड्यूसिंग एनीथिंग, रिटेलर इज नॉट प्रोड्यूसिंग एनीथिंग, कंज्यूमर तो एसेंशियली बायर है. So production is happening at various stages here. Intermediate good producer is producing something, one intermediate good producer, two is producing something, producer is producing something. excise duty was levied here, excise duty is levied here, excise duty is levied here. Let's say 500 rupees worth of steel was produced, and on that 5 rupees worth of excise duty was paid. 200 rupees worth of paint was produced, and on that 2 rupees worth of excise duty was paid. 1000 rupees worth of car is produced, and on that 10 rupees worth of excise duty is paid. 5 रुपए पे किए एक्साइज ड्यूटी के 500 रुपए पे जो स्टील प्रोड्यूस हुआ है, 2 रुपए पे किए एक्साइज ड्यूटी पे जो 200 रुपए का पेंट प्रोड्यूस हुआ है, और 1000 रुपए पे किए 10 रुपए पे किए 1000 रुपए पे जो 1000 रुपए की गाड़ी प्रोड्यूस हुई है. इन द वैल्यू ऑफ कार that is worth rupees 1000, 500 rupees worth of steel plus 5 rupees worth of excise duty is present or not? जब इसने इसको स्टील बेचा होगा, when this intermediate good producer had sold steel to this producer, he would have charged 500 rupees for steel plus 5 rupees of excise duty. Let's not bother about sales tax for a minute. Let's say 50 rupees sales tax was also charged. मान लेते हैं 50. Sales tax तो हम देख ही चुके हैं, cascading effect. Let's not bother about sales tax for a minute. Let's bother only about excise duty. Obviously, sales tax would also be charged. When you are selling, sales tax would also be charged. When you are selling, sales tax would also be charged. Let's not bother about sales tax now. Let's bother about only excise duty. 500 rupees worth of steel is produced, 5 rupees of excise duty is paid. When this 500 rupees worth of steel is sold, Maruti will pay 500 plus 5. 5 रुपए की एक्साइज ड्यूटी भी इसको पे करेगी. Maruti will pay 200 to buy paint plus 2 worth of excise duty paid by this. Maruti will pay to the government 10 rupees worth of excise duty on the 1000 rupees worth of car. Everybody can now, I hope everybody can already see, 1000 rupees of car comprises of 500 rupees of steel and 200 rupees of paint plus 5 rupees of excise duty on steel and 2 rupees of excise duty on paint. तो 500 plus 200 700 plus 5 705 और 2 707. 707 rupees is comprise 1000 rupees consists of 707, which is 500 worth this, 200 worth this, 5 rupees worth excise, 2 rupees worth excise. If you are paying tax of excise on 1000, that means you are paying tax on value that has already been taxed, value that has already been taxed, plus tax, plus tax. अगर आप पूरा 1000 पे टैक्स पे करते हो, तो 1000 can be seen as 707 plus 193. 293. 707 plus 293. 293 rupees is actually the value added by Maruti. Whereas 500 rupees was value of steel, 200 was value of paint, 5 was value of excise, 2 was value of excise. अगर आप पूरा 1000 पे टैक्स पे करते हो, तो अगेन सेम प्रॉब्लम एज इन सेल्स टैक्स और नॉट. If you pay tax on entire 1000, excise duty on entire 1000, that means again you will be paying tax on value that has already been taxed, plus you will be paying tax on tax. Again unfair यहां पे दोबारा से हो गया ना excise duty. Excise duty was also modified to be levied in a value added manner. Like sales tax that was modified to be levied in a value added manner, excise duty was also modified to be levied in a value added manner. I hope it's clear to everybody. Again, I'll repeat the last line. Like excise duty that was modified, like sales tax that was modified to be levied in a value added manner, excise duty was also modified to be levied in a value added manner. Again, because of the problem of cascading taxes. Tax on tax and taxing the value that has already been taxed. In case of excise duty, we use a specific term we call excise duty levied in a value added manner as SENVAT. I'll repeat, excise duty levied in a value added manner is called SENVAT. लिखो मत, इधर सुनो, इधर देखो. Number one, all these notes are there in the material that I have given to you. Plus, you will also get the synopsis, a detailed synopsis from the class, from where you can have a look at this. Please understand this. इसको समझो. लिखो मत, please pay attention here. All of what I am speaking is there in the notes on GST that I have given. Plus, you will also get the synopsis, which is a detailed presentation of whatever I am speaking in the class. Please refer to notes from there. Please listen to me right now. Excise duty is now also levied in a VATing manner, value added taxing manner. And that excise duty which is levied in this VATing manner is called as SENVAT. This SENVAT was then modified later and its name was changed to MODVAT. Excise duty, SENVAT, MODVAT, तीनों सेम चीज है. Excise, SENVAT, MODVAT, all three are same things. Excise duty, which is levied in a VATing manner, was called as SENVAT. Later, SENVAT was modified and it was called as MODVAT. कुछ modifications करी उसके अंदर and then it was called as MODVAT. Excise, SENVAT, MODVAT are simply excise duties, that is taxes levied on the event of production. When excise is levied in a value added manner, it is called as MODVAT. Now, earlier SENVAT, now MODVAT. Sales tax, which is levied in a value added manner, is called as VAT. उसको हमने नाम ही दे दिया वैल्यू एडेड टैक्स. एक तो हो गया वैल्यू एडेड टैक्सिंग सिस्टम, वैट सिस्टम, द मैनर ऑफ लेविंग टैक्स. एक्साइज ड्यूटी लेविड इन अ वैटिंग मैनर, सेल्स टैक्स लेविड इन अ वैटिंग मैनर. Excise duty levied in a VATing manner is called as MODVAT. Sales tax levied in a VATing manner is called as VAT. Value added tax. VAT क्या है? VAT is simply sales tax which is levied in a value added manner. I hope I have made myself absolutely clear to everybody. This is the story of SENVAT and MODVAT and VAT. SENVAT was introduced in 1980. 1980 में आ चुका था SENVAT. Excise duty, भाई आपने तुरंत रियलाइज कर लिया, you realize it immediately that there is an unfair taxation system which is causing taxing the value that has been taxed earlier plus a tax on tax. Therefore, you modified excise duty into SENVAT in 1980 itself. Further, you modified it into MODVAT later on. लेकिन सेल्स टैक्स को मॉडिफाई करने में काफी समय लगा. बाय 2010 every state had come on board wherein states modified their sales tax regime into VATing system, VAT. Let's take a break of about 5 minutes. 5 मिनट का ब्रेक देते हैं. मैंने आपको पहले कहा था 9 बज जाने चाहिए. We will probably extend the class up to 9 o'clock. Let's take a break of about 5 minutes. 5 क्या 10 minutes का ब्रेक लेते हैं. 7:30 से पहले मिल लेंगे. 7:30 से पहले मिल लेते हैं. Let's take a break of about 5-6 minutes. We'll regroup and then we'll do GST. If we have understood VAT, GST is halwa. GST is very easy if we have understood VAT. VATing ही है. GST is nothing but VAT. Nothing but VAT. GST is VAT. We'll talk about GST after the break. ठीक है? Let's take a break. Let's meet in about 10 minutes. Then we'll carry on with the class. Fine? Please have some sugar. Please have some sugar, some energy so that you can maintain some high levels. Or have coffee. a little bit sugar in your coffee, please have that. Fine. Last class है तो थोड़ा सा आज extend, ऐसे तो हमने कई बार किया है, but again let's keep our brains sharp for the whatever the remaining time we have. Fine. चलो let's take a break. 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लेते हैं, उसके बाद वापस से आते हैं. चलो let's continue. Let me address some of the questions. Vaibhav का question है, sir, what is the point of collection of CST by center if it has to be transferred to the state? Even state producing good itself can collect it. Yes, the state producing the good itself can collect it, but the reason why center collects is that there is uniformity in this tax across the country. If the state collects it, then the state will have the right to tax, and therefore state will levy the tax at its own desirable rate. अगर महाराष्ट्र को राइट दे दिया गया तो महाराष्ट्र अपनी मर्जी से उसके ऊपर टैक्स लगाएगा. तो therefore interstate transactions will become very difficult. Maharashtra has 10% tax, UP has 5% tax on goods originating from UP and going to some other state. So every state will have a different rate of tax to keep uniformity. Therefore, this power is given to the center in case of central sales tax. I hope it is clear to you, Vaibhav, and others as well. Abhinav, but sir, center can pass a law on this. What is the need to collect first and then give back to the original state? It will somehow increase the burden for center to collect CST. I hope, Abhinav, आपका सवाल भी आंसर हो गया होगा जब मैंने वैभव का आंसर किया है तो. Nikita, if state gets all the tax money in CST, then why center collects it and why not? Same question, आंसर हो गया होगा. और क्या सवाल है? In this case, the cars which are carried to UP from Maharashtra, the tax will be CST plus UP government only or by Maharashtra government also. Abhishek, in real scenario, the taxes would be number of taxes would be levied. I explained this in order to you to explain. I explained this so that you understand VAT. Vating system समझो, value added tax system. Real world में तो there would be, let's say, this intermediate good producer is in Uttarakhand, this person is in Rajasthan, final good producer is in Manesar. This wholesaler is in Noida, this retailer is in, let's say, Bhopal. So real world में तो अलग अलग जगह होगा. So different types of taxes would be levied in real world. We must understand what value added taxation system is. ठीक है? और क्या है? In GST document provided by you, please check the calculation done in second table. I think mistake in calculation are wrong. I'll check it. I have been पहले चलो मैं आपको बता देता हूँ. Yes, they are wrong. I have been pointed out. I was pointed out the mistake in calculations in last batch also. लेकिन because of my lethargy, I did not change them. I'm sorry. It is good that you noticed them. It is good that you noticed it. ठीक है? अच्छी बात है आपने notice किया. Really proud that you were able to notice it, that there is a mistake in the second table. जो DST document दिया गया है, उसमें जो second table है, उसमें थोड़ी सी calculation में mistake है. Yes, there is mistake in the calculation in the second table. I was pointed out this mistake in the previous batch also. Yes, you have pointed out. I'm really proud that you were able to find this thing. I forgot to correct it. ठीक है? अच्छी बात है आपने point out कर लिया, आपने देख लिया. बाकी लोग भी कृपया देख लेना कि क्या मिस्टेक है उस कैलकुलेशन के अंदर. कैलकुलेशन मिस्टेक, इट्स जस्ट अ कैलकुलेशन मिस्टेक, नथिंग सब्सटैंशियल, देयर इज नो कॉन्सेप्चुअल मिस्टेक देयर इज ओनली अ कैलकुलेशन मिस्टेक. ठीक है? तो वो कैलकुलेशन मिस्टेक है, कोई कॉन्सेप्चुअल नहीं है. तो यू मे रीड दैट, यू शुड सर्टेनली रीड दैट डॉक्यूमेंट. जस्ट दैट टेबल 2 हैज अ लिटिल बिट कैलकुलेशन मिस्टेक. ओके, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर पॉइंटिंग दिस आउट. जैकेट बढ़िया लग रही है, थैंक यू. बार बार बढ़िया नहीं, वो टैक्स लगे. चलो let's come back here. So now we have understood that what value added taxation system is. Sales tax which is levied in a value added taxation system is called as VAT. Excise duty which is levied in this value added taxation system is called as CENVAT and now mod VAT. So this is the story of VAT, value added tax, in which only the value added is taxed, not the entire value. I'll repeat, Value added tax is a tax in which only the value added is taxed, not the entire value. So for example, if a sale happens between wholesaler and retailer, only 100 rupees will be taxed and not the entire value. Tax will be levied only on this value added and not the entire value of transaction. Similarly, when retailer sells to the consumer, whatever the value he adds, let's say assume he adds again 80 rupees, only this value added will be taxed and not the entire value. When goods are sold from retailer to consumer, a sale is happening. How is a tax levied on that sale? A tax is levied only on value added during the sale and not the entire value. पूरी इस वैल्यू पे सेल्स टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, केवल वैल्यू एडेड पे ही सेल्स टैक्स लगेगा. दिस इज व्हाट अ वैल्यू एडेड टैक्सेशन सिस्टम इज, वैट. नाउ लेट्स ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड जीएसटी. Having understood VAT, having understood CST, having understood mod VAT excise duty, now let's come to the big daddy of all taxes, GST. Goods and services tax. Goods and services tax. GST is at its core a VAT only. GST is a value added tax. What GST does is this. ये सुनना ध्यान से. Everyone please pay attention. GST is a value added tax. That is it is levied in a value added manner. ये तो समझ गए सब लोग. मतलब जीएसटी जब भी लगेगा वो किस पे लगेगा? वैल्यू एडेड पे लगेगा. This should be clear. GST is levied on value added. Now let us understand what GST is, what GST does. GST की क्या टैगलाइन क्या है? One nation, one tax. यही है ना टैगलाइन GST की, one nation, one tax. This is exactly what GST is. One nation, one tax. GST, what it is trying to do is, it is trying to, सब लोग बहुत ध्यान से सुनो. GST, what it is trying to do is, GST is subsuming all other events of taxation within itself. I'll repeat. GST is subsuming all other events of taxation within itself. There are various indirect taxes that are levied on various events. For example, we have got excise duty. हमने अभी कई सारे indirect taxes पढ़े थे. Excise duty. We have got VAT, that is sales tax. We have got entry, octroi, etc. etc. इस टाइप के टैक्स हैं कई सारे. We have got, let's say, entertainment tax. Entertainment tax. बताया नहीं मैंने entertainment tax क्या होता है, बट अगेन सारे टैक्स तो नहीं बता सकता क्लास में. Entertainment tax is, as you can guess, a tax levied on entertainment. When you go and buy movie, अभी आज की तारीख में नहीं, when you used to buy movie tickets earlier before GST, then there was a tax that you were paying on that entertainment. Again, it was type of a tax which was collected by state governments. State governments collected the entertainment tax. बोलते थे ना कि उत्तर प्रदेश में उरी को टैक्स फ्री कर दिया गया है ना, या फिर कोई पर्टिकुलर, when example of many movies which were made tax free in different states, इस टाइप से. So what was that? State government has said that we are not going to levy entertainment tax on that particular movie. That is what they meant to say when they said that किसी movie को tax free कर दिया गया है. So entertainment tax was levied by states on this entertainment. Event of taxation क्या है? Going to movie, entertainment. Play देखने जा रहे हो, play के ऊपर tax लगा दिया, entertainment tax. So event of taxation is entertainment. So we have multiple examples of entertainment tax. Multiple examples of indirect tax. In total there are about, at the combined center and state level, there are about 23 indirect taxes. 23 indirect taxes. In total there are about 23 indirect taxes. which includes taxes such as this, taxes such as customs duty, etc. etc. लगभग 23 टोटल टैक्सेस हैं. एडिशनल कस्टम्स ड्यूटी, बेसिक कस्टम ड्यूटी, फलाना ढिमकाना, बड़े सारे इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस हैं. टोटल सेंटर एंड स्टेट के मिला के लगभग 23 इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस आते हैं. नाउ आपने सेल्स टैक्स को तो वैट में कन्वर्ट कर दिया. यू हैव कन्वर्टेड सेल्स टैक्स एज वैट. यू हैव कन्वर्टेड, लेट्स से, excise duty into a VAT, that is sen VAT mod VAT. Did you convert entry and octroi? No. Did you convert entertainment? No. Did you convert central sales tax CST? No. There are many other taxes remaining. 23 tax likha hai. There are many other indirect taxes remaining which you have not converted into value added taxing manner. Number one. चलो मान लो कि आपने बाकी टैक्सेस को भी मान लेते हैं आपने सारे इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस को वैल्यू एडेड में कन्वर्ट कर दिया. लेट अस अज्यूम आपने किया नहीं, सच्चाई तो यह है दैट यू डिड नॉट डू, you could not convert all the indirect taxes into VATing system. You converted only excise and sales tax into VATing system, but let us assume that you converted everything else also. Even then एक काम करते हैं, भूल जाते हैं बाकी सारे, केवल यही दो ध्यान रखते हैं, सेल्स एंड एक्साइज. This would serve our purpose. This would help us to understand. Let's forget about all other taxes. Let's concentrate only on excise and VAT. This would help us to understand GST. Let us assume that you have converted all the indirect taxes into a VATing manner. That is, all of them are being levied in a VATing manner. But excise duty is being individually levied in a VATing manner and sales tax is being individually levied in a VATing manner. I hope everybody is getting this point. Let us assume that all the indirect taxes that a good or service is being subjected to have been converted into VATing system. Even then, all these taxes are individually converted into VATing system, not collectively. Meaning what? Individually converted into VATing system, not collectively. What does it mean? Let's come back to our example. Sales tax is levied when a producer sells his car to wholesaler, and now we say that sales tax would be levied at all these stages in a value added manner. मतलब वैल्यू एडेड के ऊपर ही हम टैक्स लगाएंगे. सेल्स टैक्स कौन कलेक्ट कर रहा है? स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कलेक्ट सेल्स टैक्स. इट इज द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दैट इज कलेक्टिंग सेल्स टैक्स. In fact, specifically sales tax department of state government, not state government. Sales tax department of state government is collecting sales tax. They are expected to levy sales tax on a value added, in a value added manner. Sales tax department of state government will levy sales tax in a value added manner. लेकिन एक्साइज ड्यूटी कौन कलेक्ट कर रहा है? एक्साइज ड्यूटी तो सेंटर कलेक्ट कर रहा है. ऑन दिस 1000 रुपीज ऑफ कार विच वॉज प्रोड्यूस्ड, क्या हमने बोला था? 500 रुपए का स्टील है, 200 रुपए का पेंट है, और इस पे 5 रुपए की एक्साइज ड्यूटी पे की गई है, इस पे 2 रुपए की एक्साइज ड्यूटी पे की गई है. दिस इज व्हाट वी टॉक्ड अबाउट. नाउ व्हेन दिस स्टील इज सोल्ड टू द when this steel is sold to the producer, a tax is levied by state government here. मैं इसी पोर्शन को दोबारा से लिखता हूं. This portion I'll write again. There is this intermediate good producer 1, intermediate good producer 2, and there is the final producer. यही वाली, let's concentrate only on this stage. He's selling some goods, he's selling some goods, and he's selling some goods. He sells goods worth rupees 500. Let's add all the taxes now. He sells goods worth rupees 200. On these 500 rupees, he has paid a 5 rupees of excise duty. On these 200 rupees, he has paid a 2 rupees of excise duty. What is the value of sale here? Value of sale from intermediate good producer to the producer. Value of sale है 505 रुपए. 505 रुपए value of sale है. Value of sale here is 202 rupees. 202 रुपए value of sale है. इस 505 पे सेल्स टैक्स लगेगा. अभी जो फर्स्ट स्टेज, दिस इज द फर्स्ट स्टेज, लेट्स अज्यूम दिस इज द फर्स्ट स्टेज, दिस इज द फर्स्ट स्टेज, दिस वुड बी द सेकंड स्टेज. लेट्स अज्यूम दिस इज द फर्स्ट स्टेज, सो एंटायर वैल्यू वुड बी टैक्स हियर. यहां पे तो वैल्यू एडेड इसकी एंटायर 500 रुपीज इज द वैल्यू एडेड. इन दिस केस 5 rupees was paid as excise duty to whom? To center. State has nothing to do with that. State doesn't know how much excise duty was paid. State को क्या पता है? This producer will charge 505 from producer. ये person, this will charge, इसको तो 505 ही लेने हैं ना इससे. भाई मेरे 505 लेंगे तो मैं आपसे 505 लूंगा. I will charge 505 from you. Therefore, value of sale here is 505. A tax would be levied on this 505 at the rate of, let's say, 50 रुपए 50 पैसे, 50.5. At the rate of 10%, let's say 50.5 rupees of tax is levied. Value of sale here is 202. Therefore, a tax of 20.2 will be levied at the rate of 10% on 202 rupees, which is the value of sale here. This 20.2 and 50.5 is paid to whom? To state. ये state government को पे किया गया है. This is the value of sales tax paid to state. Value of sales tax paid to state. Producer has paid 505 plus 50.5. 202 plus 20.2. This is the amount that producer has paid. अब हम real world scenario पे आ गए हैं. Producer has paid an amount of 500 plus 5 plus 50.5. Producer has paid an amount of 200 plus 2 plus 20.2. This is the amount of tax producer has paid. The cost of inputs for the producer is this much plus this much. अभी आप already देख सकते हो that this 50.5 is equals to 50 plus 50 पैसे 0.5. 10% is levied on 500 plus 10% is levied on 5, which was excise duty. Already यहाँ पे tax on tax आ चुका है. In this case, already there is a case of tax on tax. You are paying a tax of 50.5, not 50. Why? Because 0.5 is being charged on this excise duty. Excise was collected by center. State doesn't know how much excise was collected. State को क्या दिख रहा है? Value of sale कितनी है? State को क्या दिख रहा है? Value of sale कितनी है? State will collect tax on 202, not 200. State will collect a tax of 505, not 500. So already you can see that 50.5 consists of 50 plus 0.5. 20.2 consists of 20 plus 0.2. 0.5 and 0.2 being taxes on excise duty. Excise duty was paid to center, not to state. Hence, there is no offsetting. Let me use the word here. Offsetting. Offsetting. There is no offsetting here. अभी explain करता हूं offsetting क्या है. समझ में आ जाएगा अपने आप offsetting क्या है. Just in one example you will understand what offsetting is. Next stage में क्या है? Producer sells to wholesaler. Producer ने wholesaler को sell किया. Producer sells to wholesaler, let's say at the rate of 1000 rupees. 1000 रुपए producer ने sell किया. सब लोग ध्यान से सुनते रहना please. What is the cost of inputs for producer? 500 plus 5 plus 50.5 plus 200 plus 2 plus 20.2 कितना हुआ? 500, 700, 707, 707 और 70, 777.7, 777.7 is the cost for producer. ठीक है? 7 sum of 500 plus 5 plus 50.5 plus 200 plus 2 plus 20.2. This is the total cost. Producer की total cost ये है 777.7. Let us say प्रोड्यूसर सेल्स हिज गुड फॉर 1000 रुपीज, 1000 की में प्रोड्यूसर ने सेल किया. व्हाट इज द वैल्यू एडेड बाय प्रोड्यूसर? वैल्यू एड कितनी करी है? 1000 माइनस 777.7 777.7, 1000 माइनस दिस मच. वैल्यू एडेड बाय प्रोड्यूसर इज 1000 माइनस दिस मच, विच इज इक्वल्स टू 222.3. 222 रुपए 3 पैसे इज द वैल्यू एडेड बाय प्रोड्यूसर. नाउ प्रोड्यूसर सेल्स दिस गुड टू द होलसेलर. Everyone please pay attention now. A good has been produced here. यहां पे एक गुड प्रोड्यूस हुआ है. A good has been produced here. Therefore, an excise duty would also be levied. यहां पे एक्साइज ड्यूटी लेवी होगी क्योंकि गाड़ी प्रोड्यूस हुई है. I hope everybody is following. Excise duty would be levied here because a car has been produced. Since this car has been produced, an excise duty would be levied on what? Excise duty तो वैटिंग मैनर में लेवी की जाती है ना. Excise duty is levied in a vetting manner. Therefore, excise duty would be levied only on value added. Excise duty would be levied only on value added. Value added in this stage is how much? 222.3. Value added is how much? 222.3. अब सब लोग ध्यान देना, बहुत ही आसानी से हम जीएसटी का पूरा खेल समझ जाएंगे. Value added in this stage is 222.3. Everybody is absolutely clear on that. Now, think about this. How will central government know what is your value added? Or for that matter, when this person sells to this, how will state government know what is your value added? स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को क्या दिख रहा है कि एक सेल हुई है प्रोड्यूसर से होलसेलर को 1000 रुपए की. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को तो ये दिख रहा है ना भाई, बिल में क्या लिखा है? बिल में लिखा है कि 1000 रुपए के गुड्स सेल किए गए हैं. बिल में तो ये लिखा है ना. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को क्या दिख रहा है कि 1000 रुपए की गाड़ी प्रोड्यूस हुई है. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को क्या पता कि आपने इसको कितने पैसे दिए हैं, इसको कितने पैसे दिए हैं. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को क्या पता कि आपने पिछली स्टेज पे कितने पैसे दिए हैं. व्हाट डज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सी? सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सीज दैट अ कार वर्थ 1000 was produced. What does state government see? State government also sees that a car worth 1000 was sold. They will levy a tax on value only. We are now studying how is VATing actually done. VATing सही में कैसे होती है प्रैक्टिकल. अभी तो हमने समझा था VATing क्या है, अब हम समझ रहे हैं VATing होती कैसे है. वहीं से समझ में आएगा कि जीएसटी क्या है. We are now understanding how is VATing actually done. We are understanding the concept of input tax credit. Let's understand this. What does central government see? Central government sees that a car worth 1000 is produced. State government sees that a sales worth 1000 is done. They don't see what is the value added. They don't know what is the value added. Somebody will have to tell them that what is the value added. How will somebody tell them what is the value added? Producer is going to tell them that this is my value added. Let's see how does producer tell. When tax is levied here, let's say excise duty first and then sales. When producer produces the car, value of car is 1000. Value of car here is 1000. Value of car. Value of car is equals to 1000 rupees. Central government will levy excise duty on the value of good only. Excise duty is levied on value of good. It's not levied on value added. It is levied on value of good. Even in VATing system, it is levied on value of good. So you are required to pay 10 rupees of tax to the government as excise duty. Or for that matter, even for sales tax, which is levied in a VATing manner. State government sees that a transaction worth 1000 is taking place. State government को भी आप 10 रुपए टैक्स दोगे, 100 रुपए टैक्स दोगे, 10%. For state 10% 100 रुपए. For state government sees a value of transaction of 1000 rupees. State government will levy a tax at the rate of 10%. You will be paying 100 rupees only. आप 100 ही पे करोगे. आप वैल्यू एडेड पे नहीं, आप जब टैक्स पे करोगे आप तो पूरी की पूरी वैल्यू पे पे करोगे टैक्स. साइमल्टेनियसली यू विल ऑल्सो डू वन थिंग. साथ में एक काम और करोगे. वैल्यू एडेड पे टैक्स लगाना है ना. Objective is to tax value added, not to tax entire value. How will government know what is value added? You will have to tell to the government that this is value added, hence tax is to be levied only on this. Government will see the total value. Government will collect tax on the total value. Government will not collect tax only on value added, it will collect tax on the total value. Excise duty will be levied on total value. Sales tax would be levied on the total value. But simultaneously, you will do one more thing. Simultaneously, you will tell the government that I am paying tax. सब लोग ध्यान से सुनना. I am paying tax on 1000 rupees of value produced. मैं आपको 1000 रुपए की गाड़ी प्रोड्यूस हुई है, इसके ऊपर टैक्स पे कर रहा हूं. क्योंकि वैल्यू ऑफ गुड 1000 है, इसीलिए मैं आपको 1000 पे टैक्स पे कर रहा हूं. आई एम पेइंग टैक्स टू यू ऑन द वैल्यू ऑफ गुड प्रोड्यूस्ड. बट एट द सेम टाइम ये पकड़ो मेरे पुराने बिल. दीज आर माई ओल्ड बिल्स. I have paid a 5 rupees of excise duty on 500 rupees of steel that I purchased. This intermediate good producer, इसने आपको 5 रुपए पे कर रखे हैं पहले से. This intermediate good producer has already paid to you the 5 rupees on steel that he produced, which he collected from me. मेरे से ले चुका है 5 रुपए. सिमिलरली मैंने इसको भी 2 रुपए दे रखे हैं. इसने मेरे से 202 रुपए का बिल बनाया था. दिस पर्सन बिल्ड मी 202 रुपीज. आई हैव ऑलरेडी पेड हिम 2 रुपीज ऑफ एक्साइज ड्यूटी ऑन द गुड्स दैट ही प्रोड्यूस, दैट इज वर्थ 200 रुपीज. इसका मतलब मैंने ऑलरेडी 500 प्लस 200 पे 5 प्लस 2 रुपीज एक्साइज ड्यूटी पे कर रखी है. आई हैव ऑलरेडी पेड एन एक्साइज ड्यूटी on 500 which is worth rupees 5 and 200 which is worth rupees 2 already to my intermediate goods producer. Therefore, take this 10 but refund me 5 plus 2. मेरे से ये लो 10 रुपए, एक्साइज ड्यूटी 10 रुपए की लो मेरे से. टेक दिस 10 रुपीज, अज्यूमिंग एक्साइज ड्यूटी 1% एक्साइज ड्यूटी मैंने अज्यूम कर ली क्योंकि वहां पे 5 और 2 लिखा था. तो टेक दीज 10 रुपीज फ्रॉम मी. I am paying 10 rupees of excise duty on entire value produced. But simultaneously, I am giving you bills of excise duties that have been paid by my intermediate goods producers because they have charged from me. उन्होंने मेरे से चार्ज किया है. मुझे नहीं पता उन्होंने आपको दिए कि नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनको दे चुका हूं और उसका प्रूफ ये रहा. आई डोंट नो इसने पे करी कि नहीं करी, मुझे क्या पता, लेकिन मैं इसको दे चुका हूं. आई हैव पेड दिस. जब इसने मेरे को बिल किया था, ही बिल्ड मी 500 प्लस 5, देयरफॉर आई हैव पेड एक्साइज ड्यूटी. देयरफॉर द नेट लायबिलिटी दैट आई एम रिक्वायर्ड टू पे इज 10 minus 5 minus 2, that is 3 rupees. So what is happening here is government is levying tax on the entire value, but the producer of good is telling the government that I have already paid earlier. Some part of value that you are taxing has already been taxed. Here is the proof of that value. Therefore, refund me 7 rupees. मेरे को 7 रुपए वापस दो. Give me 7 rupees back. 7 rupees is my input tax credit. Input tax credit. Input tax credit. Credit मतलब मुझे वापस दो. Credit. Credit this 7 rupees to me. I am paying 10. 7 rupees is my input tax credit. Give this money back to me. This is how value added taxation system actually functions. Taxing value, taxable value, the value on which tax is levied is always the value of transaction. Tax will be levied on entire value. Tax will be levied on entire value produced. But VATing system allows you to claim this input tax credit. VATing system allows you to claim that I have paid tax on something and therefore I am eligible to get this return back. This is called as input tax credit system. Input tax ITC system, input tax credit system, is the backbone of VATing system. From input tax credit, you are able to actually apply this VATing system in practice. नहीं तो सरकार को क्या पता कि कितनी वैल्यू आपने ऐड करी है. आप अपनी मर्जी से बोलो मेरी वैल्यू है तो 100 रुपए, मैं 100 रुपए पर टैक्स दूंगा. आप अपनी मर्जी से बोलो, तो सरकार को थोड़ी ना पता. सरकार को चाहिए प्रूफ ऑफ हाउ मच टैक्स वॉज पेड इन अर्लियर स्टेज. आपने इस पर्सन से, फ्रॉम दिस पर्सन, लेट्स से यू डिड नॉट टेक अ बिल. You did not take a bill from this person. You have paid 200 rupees. That means you have not paid 2 rupees of tax. आपने इससे बिल नहीं लिया, आपने 2 रुपए का टैक्स पे नहीं किया. बचाने के लिए आपने 2 रुपए, to save your 2 rupees, you did not take a bill from this person. Now how much value added can you claim? You can claim only 500 rupees, not 700 rupees. अगर आपने इससे बिल नहीं लिया, if you have not taken bill from this person, then what will you tell to the government? Government will collect the tax of 10 rupees on 1000 rupees of value produced. Simultaneously, you were supposed to say that I have paid tax on 500, which is 5 rupees, and 200, which is 2 rupees. Because you did not take bill from this person, what will you say? I have paid tax only on 500 rupees. आपकी रियल में वैल्यू एडेड तो यहां पे 300 है, लेकिन ऑफिशियली आपने कितनी वैल्यू ऐड करी? 500. आपने 2 रुपए बचाने के चक्कर में सरकार को नहीं बताया था, इसीलिए अब आप 500 रुपए के ऊपर टैक्स दोगे. योर इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट इन दिस केस वुड बी 5, नॉट 7. This is how VATing system actually functions. VATing system functions using the backbone of the system of input tax credit. When this producer submits to the government that I have paid this much tax, I have paid a tax of 5 and 2 rupees earlier as excise duty. अगर ये प्रोड्यूसर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को ये बिल दे दे, if this producer gives this bill to the state government that I have paid 5 rupees and 2 rupees as tax as excise duty that was charged by these two people from me, state government क्या कहेगी? State government will say, I don't care. This 7 rupees of tax, 5 and 2, has been paid to the central government as excise duty. I don't care. State government will say, आपकी वैल्यू एडेड, आप ये मत बोलो कि 500 और 200. आप मत ये बोलो कि 5 रुपए और 2 रुपए आपने पहले टैक्स पे कर दिया है, hence you will not pay tax. I am seeing value of this transaction as 505. I am seeing value of this transaction as 202. I am seeing some value of this transaction. I will give you input tax credit only with respect to sales tax. I will not give you input tax credit with respect to excise. Excise was collected by center, not by me. So input tax credit that you want to claim is only against sales, not against excise. State government ये बोलेगी आपको. तो इसका मतलब state government को जब आप sales tax दे रहे हो, when you are giving sales tax to the government, even though it is levied in a value added manner, your value added now comprises of actual value that you added plus the tax that you have paid to center. I'll repeat this thing again, please pay attention this time. ये लास्ट वाला पार्ट दोबारा से रिपीट कर रहा हूं, प्लीज पे अटेंशन. We have discussed that how is VATing actually done. VATing is actually done using this system of input tax credit, ITC. Input tax credit allows you to claim tax which you have paid already against the tax that you are required to pay. You are required to pay 10, you will claim that I have paid 7 earlier. Hence, this is my net liability 3 rupees. आइदर ये लो 10 रुपए, 7 मेरे को वापस करो, और ये रखो 3 रुपए, और ये रहा प्रूफ 7 रुपए का, वट एवर वे यू वांट टू डू इट. आइदर यू से रिफंड आता है ना, जीएसटी में बोलते हैं रिफंड आता है, रिफंड आना है, तो इट आइदर वे यू कैन डू इट. आइदर यू टेल टू द गवर्नमेंट दैट ये लो 10 रुपए और 7 रुपए का ये लो बिल, therefore refund me 3 rupees, refund me 7 rupees. अगर आपके पास at this moment bill है, if at this very moment when you are filing taxes, if you have bill, तब आप नेट केवल 3 रुपए पे करोगे. आप सरकार को बोलोगे ये लो 3 रुपए का बिल, 3 रुपए ये लो अपने, और 7 रुपए का ये लो बिल, तो आई हैव ऑलरेडी पेड 10 रुपीज विच इज माई लाइबिलिटी. अगर आपके पास 7 रुपए का बिल अभी नहीं है, बाद में आना है, देन यू विल पे 10 एंड विल से एट अ लेटर डेट आई पेड 10 बट आई वांट 7 बैक. Input tax credit system, ITC system, allows you to pay tax only on value added. Why? Because you can claim the taxes that you have paid on earlier stages. Taxes that have been paid by you, collected from you by other people, you can claim the refund on these taxes. Input tax credit system allows you to actually pay tax only on value added. Second, this input tax credit system is essentially offsetting taxes. 10 rupees of your tax liability is being offset with 5 and 2. 10 rupees of your tax liability is being offset with 5 rupees of tax that you paid to 1, 2 rupees of tax that you paid to 2. 10 rupees are being offset with 7. Offsetting is happening. But mind you, this offsetting will only happen of one tax against the same tax paid earlier. Excise duty can be offset only against excise duty. Why? Because it was central government's excise department का tax. एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट वेरीफाई करेगा कि आपने हां एक्साइज ड्यूटी पिछली स्टेज पे दी है. एक्साइज कैन ओनली बी ऑफसेट अगेंस्ट एक्साइज. Sales can only be offset against sales, not against excise, not excise against sales. Sales tax गया स्टेट को, एक्साइज टैक्स गया सेंटर को. आप सेल्स की ऑफसेटिंग केवल पिछली स्टेज पे पे किए हुए सेल्स टैक्स के अगेंस्ट कर सकते हो. यू कैन ऑफसेट सेल्स टैक्स लाइबिलिटी एट दिस स्टेज अगेंस्ट सेल्स टैक्स दैट यू हैव ऑलरेडी पेड एट सम प्रीवियस स्टेज. You cannot offset your sales tax liability at this stage with excise duty paid at another stage. You can offset sales against sales, excise against excise. Since you can offset sales against only sales, therefore your value of transaction on which sales is levied will comprise of excise or not. जिस वैल्यू पे सेल्स टैक्स लेवी होगा, इस प्रोड्यूसर ने 1000 रुपए के गुड्स प्रोड्यूस किए और इस पे 10 - 7 इज इक्वल टू 3 रुपए की एक्साइज ड्यूटी पे की. 3 rupees is the value of excise duty that this producer has paid. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को क्या लगेगा? व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ ट्रांजेक्शन है? 1003 रुपीज, 1003 रुपए में आपने चीज बेची है, तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट आपके ऊपर टैक्स लगाएगी 1003 पर, माइनस आपको बोलेगी यहां पे कितना टैक्स दिया था वो माइनस कर देते हैं. यहां पे आपने 50 रुपए दिया है, 50.5 दिया है, इसको माइनस कर देते हैं. यहां पे आपने 20.2 दिया है, इसको माइनस कर देंगे. द टैक्स दैट यू आर पेइंग ऑन 1003 इज 100.3 minus what is the tax that you have paid here? 50.5. 100.3 minus 50.5 minus 20.2. 70.7 whatever जितना भी आया, 29.4, 29.6. 29.6 is the amount of tax that you will be paying. This is the tax that you will be paying. You have paid this sales tax here, minus you have offset it by, you have claimed input tax credit against the sales tax paid at previous stage. लेकिन आपका सेल्स टैक्स किस वैल्यू पे लगा है? यहां पे 1000.3 पे. ये वाला टैक्स कौन सा है? 505 पे. ये वाला टैक्स कौन सा है? 202 पर. तो इस 29.6 में, in this 29.6, you are paying a tax on excise duty paid at this stage. Excise is not offsettable against sales. Sales is not offsettable against excise. Hence, despite there being VATing system, you cannot offset taxes against other taxes. You can only offset taxes against the same tax paid at previous stage, not with any other tax paid at some previous stage. This problem is addressed by GST. GST क्या बोलता है? GST बोलता है कि सारे इवेंट्स ऑफ टैक्सेशन हटाओ, रिमूव ऑल इवेंट्स ऑफ टैक्सेशन. प्रॉब्लम क्यों आ रही है? क्योंकि अलग अलग इवेंट्स है ना टैक्सेशन के, अलग अलग इवेंट्स हैं जिनको अलग अलग अथॉरिटीज टैक्स कर रही हैं. सेंटर और स्टेट टैक्स कर रहे हैं, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स टैक्स कर रहे हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स टैक्स कर रहे हैं, और इसीलिए ऑफसेट नहीं कर सकते हैं. इन ऑर्डर टू ऑफसेट यू नीड only one event of tax. One event is offsettable against the same event. Sales is offsettable against sales. Excise is offsettable against excise, not against each other. Cross नहीं कर सकते. Because there is an issue with multiple events of taxation, therefore, what is the solution? Reduce these multiple events to just one event. Remove all the events and subsume them with just one event. That one event is sales. एक काम करते हैं, सारे इवेंट ऑफ टैक्सेशन हटाओ, एक्साइज, सेंट्रल सेल्स टैक्स, फलाना ढिमकाना, एंट्री, ऑक्ट्रॉय, सारे सेल्स टैक्स, सारे इवेंट ऑफ टैक्सेशन हटाओ. Only one event of taxation remains, which is GST, sales. We will tax only sales. Only sales is going to be taxed. And the tax that will be levied here is called as GST, goods and services tax. When sales happens between this person to this person, a tax is levied called GST. Sales happen from here to here, a tax is levied called GST. Sales happens from here to here, a tax is levied called GST. At every stage, जैसे पहले sales tax लग रहा था, हर सेल के ऊपर GST लग रहा है. जैसे पहले हर सेल के ऊपर सेल्स टैक्स लगता था जो कि वैटिंग मैनर में था, अब हर सेल के ऊपर जीएसटी लग रहा है. जीएसटी इज नथिंग बट सेल्स टैक्स levied in a वैटिंग मैनर. Also, it has subsumed all other indirect taxes, or most of the indirect taxes, not all other, most of the indirect taxes. GST subsume all, again, GST subsumes most other indirect taxes. The event of taxation is now only one, which is sales. Sale from 1 to 2, from 1.1 to 2, from 2 to 3 to 3 to 4 to anywhere. कहीं पे भी सेल होगी उसके ऊपर जीएसटी लगेगा, whether the sale is interstate, intrastate, producer, intermediate good producer, wherever any sale takes place. Whenever any sales takes place, there would be a GST that would be levied. GST is a tax which subsumes most of the indirect taxes into one tax event. Subsumes most of the events which led to indirect taxes into one tax event, which is sales. The center and state have pooled their sovereign powers of taxation together to usher into a better system called GST. The earlier system caused cascading. The earlier system was burdensome. The earlier system was prone to violation. पहले सिस्टम में कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी इतनी ज्यादा थी कि कोई भी टैक्स लॉ फॉलो नहीं करना चाहता था. In the earlier system, cost of compliance was very high. मुझे एक्साइज ड्यूटी की रिटर्न भी फाइल करनी है, सेल्स टैक्स की भी करनी है, एंट्री, ऑक्ट्रॉय, एंटरटेनमेंट, 50 टैक्स मेरे को फाइल करने हैं. There are about 23 indirect taxes, and if I'm working in different states, which most of the firms are, then they will have to comply with requirements of all the states separately. The number of forms that I have to submit, my compliance cost would be very, very high. If I'm doing business in 3 states, I have to submit about 400 forms. लगभग 400 अलग अलग फॉर्म सबमिट करने पड़ेंगे, सेंटर को अलग, 3 स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को अलग. My cost of compliances would be so high that I would be tempted not to comply. अगर मेरी कॉस्ट ऑफ कंप्लायंस प्रोहिबिटिवली एक्सपेंसिव है, व्हाई वुड आई कंप्लाई? टैक्स की चोरी, टैक्स इवेजन, ऐसे होता है टैक्स इवेजन. अभी बताता हूं कैसे होता है टैक्स इवेजन. कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी की वजह से होता है टैक्स इवेजन. टैक्स इवेजन हैपेंस बिकॉज ऑफ कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी इन टैक्सेशन सिस्टम. any law, be it tax law, environmental law, labor law, crime law, any law is as good as the ability to enforce that law. अगर मर्डर करने के खिलाफ सजा नहीं है, अगर रेप करने के खिलाफ सजा नहीं है, तो फिर रेप के खिलाफ कोई सजा नहीं है. लॉ में लिख दो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Any law is as good as its ability to be enforced. How good it is enforced, it is only that good. If you cannot catch the culprit, if you cannot punish the culprit, then the law is of no use. You can sing paeans about your laws. You can write 100-page law. You can complicate, you can write a very beautiful law, write a very good language and write excellent laws. A law is only as good as it is implemented. If your tax laws are so complex that nobody is bothering with their compliance, then are your tax laws good? Certainly not. For tax laws to be good, they must be implementable. They must be executable. For any law to be good, its cost of compliance should be low and cost of non-compliance should be high. Cost of compliance कम होनी चाहिए. Comply करने के लिए मुझे आसानी होनी चाहिए. I should be easily able to comply with the law. Versus non-compliance. If I do not comply with the law, the cost should be prohibitive. For any good law, it must have two essential properties. One, its cost of compliance should be low. Second, its cost of non-compliance should be high. अगर कॉस्ट ऑफ कंप्लायंस ज्यादा है और कॉस्ट ऑफ नॉन कंप्लायंस कम है, तो क्या कोई कंप्लाई करेगा किसी लॉ के साथ? कंप्लाई करना मेहनत का काम है और ना कंप्लाई करना आसान है. तो वुड एनीबडी कंप्लाई? अगर मुझे टैक्स पे करना है, नाउ कम बैक टू दिस. If I have to pay tax to the government, then I have to file 400 forms. 400 फॉर्म फाइल करने के लिए मुझे 2-3 CA अपने यहां एम्प्लॉय करने पड़ेंगे. Those CAs will charge me a fees. It will take a lot of time from me to fill all my compliances. I will not be able to comply with my requirements because there are so many compliances. मैं बिजनेस नहीं कर पाऊंगा क्योंकि मेरा आधा टाइम तो कंप्लायंस में चला जाएगा. लेबर लॉ से कंप्लाई करना है, एनवायरमेंटल लॉ से कंप्लाई करना है, टैक्स लॉ से कंप्लाई करना है. मैं बिजनेस कब करूं? If compliance is prohibitively expensive, all my time and resources would be spent in compliance only. Why would anybody like to comply with the law if the cost of compliance is extremely high? Second, non-compliance. अगर मैं पकड़ा जाता हूं, if I get caught, let's say my tax liability was 100 crore rupees, 100 करोड़ की टैक्स, मैंने टैक्स जो चोरी किया है वो 100 करोड़ रुपए का वर्थ है. If the tax that I have not paid is worth 100 crore rupees, if I get caught, then I have to pay that 100 crores plus some penalty. Versus 100 करोड़ प्लस पेनल्टी कौन पे करे? 50 लाख रुपए पे करो इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर को. आपके ऑफिस पे अगले 5 साल तक कोई छापा नहीं पड़ेगा आपकी फैक्ट्री में. Cost of non-compliance is not 100 crore rupees worth of tax liability and penalty. It is simply 50 lakh rupees worth of bribe that you have to pay. Your cost of non-compliance depends upon what is the probability of you getting caught. With probability of you getting caught plus caught by the system, not by the individual. एक ऑफिसर ने कैच नहीं करना है, सिस्टम कैच करेगा. अगर सिस्टम कैच करे तब तो आपको पूरी पेनल्टी पे करनी पड़ेगी. अगर ऑफिसर ने कैच किया है तो ऑफिसर को तो आप ब्राइब पे कर दोगे. What is the probability that the system catches you? What is the probability that the officer catches you? सिस्टम की कैच करने की प्रोबेबिलिटी तो लगभग 0 है, ऑलमोस्ट 0. Some officer may come to your premises and say चलो चलो अपने कागज निकालो, और जब ऑफिसर आएगा तब आप सिंपली उसको ब्राइब दोगे, खत्म बात. So what is your cost of non-compliance? Very low. What is your cost of compliance? Very high. Would anybody bother with compliance? Absolutely not. Think about it. If you are caught overspeeding, अब दिल्ली में सारे हर जगह overspeeding कैमरा लगे हैं. If you are caught overspeeding in Delhi and there is some policeman standing after the bridge, bridge के ऊपर मान लो कैमरा लगा हुआ है और उसके बाद पुलिसमैन खड़ा हुआ है. If you are caught overspeeding, then that means now it is the system that catches you, not the policeman. और पुलिसमैन ने आपको कैच किया, आपने सोचा यार कौन 2000 रुपए का फाइन दे, इसको 500 रुपए देते हैं. आपने पुलिसमैन को 500 रुपए दे दिए, लेकिन क्या आपका नाम सिस्टम की लिस्ट से हट जाएगा? नो. यू विल बी, आपको तो मोबाइल पे घर पे चलाना आ चुका है 2000 रुपए का. नाउ इट इज अ डबल. आप पागल बन रहे हो, अपना बेवकूफ बना रहे हो अगर आप पुलिस वाले को 500 रुपए फाइन दे रहे हो तो. It is the system that has caught you, not the person. When person catches you, you may pay bribe. When the system catches you, you cannot pay bribe. What is the probability? In case of tax laws, what is the probability that the system will catch you? Almost zero. What is the probability that the policeman will catch you or that the tax inspector will catch you? Very less. It depends upon his discretion. He will come, you will simply pay a bribe. If the tax laws are very difficult to comply with, nobody will comply. If they are easy, people would be tempted to comply. If the cost of non-compliance is low, nobody would comply. If the cost of non-compliance is high, people would be tempted to comply. GST is a system that has low compliance cost and high non-compliance cost. Low compliance cost क्यों? पहले जहां 400 फॉर्म भरने होते थे, अब आपको वहां पे 10 फॉर्म भरने हैं. Earlier where you had to requirement of filling 400 forms, now there is a requirement to fill only 10 forms. So cost of compliance drastically reduced. Cost of non-compliance, जहां पहले आपको इंडिविजुअल कैच करता था, अब आपको सिस्टम कैच करता है. In order to claim input tax credit, you will say that I have paid 500 rupees plus 5 to this person. I have paid 200 plus 2 to this person. Therefore, you are claiming your input tax credit. और इसने आपसे 505 तो ले लिए, लेकिन सरकार को नहीं दिए. सरकार को पता चल गया ना कि इसने टैक्स की चोरी की है. सिस्टम को पता चल गया कि इसने टैक्स की चोरी की है. अब इसके यहां जो छापा पड़ेगा वो IRS ऑफिसर इंडिविजुअली नहीं मार रहा है. IRS ऑफिसर इज बीइंग टोल्ड बाय द सिस्टम दैट देयर इज अ मिसमैच फ्रॉम दिस पर्सन. This person has claimed that he has paid tax, whereas he has not deposited tax with us. Hence, there is some problem here. Now, therefore, the system tells who is doing chori of tax. Therefore, because system tells, अब आप system को bribe नहीं कर सकते, अब आप individual को bribe नहीं कर सकते इसमें, क्योंकि system ने आपको catch किया है. So, in this case, cost of non-compliance increases, cost of compliance decreases. At the same time, there is another issue. Another issue is, पहले क्योंकि cost of non-compliance इतनी ज्यादा थी, 400 forms. Earlier, cost of non-compliance was so high that effectively everybody was absolutely not complying with anything. Your cost of compliance was 400 forms, 2 days of work, 1 week per week. Therefore, would anybody bother to comply? No. Hence, effectively, there was zero cost of compliance. Effectively, zero cost of compliance. Non-compliance की cost is based on the probability that somebody is going to catch you. Non-compliance की cost कम और effectively cost of compliance is zero. Real में cost of compliance 400 थी, लेकिन effectively zero थी. अब GST ने क्या किया? GST has reduced the cost of compliance from 400 to 10, but for most of the people who were cost of compliance was zero, their cost is increasing from 0 to 10. जिसकी पहले 0 थी, उसकी तो अब 0 से 10 जा रही है ना. एक्चुअल में आपकी कॉस्ट 400 थी, बट क्योंकि वो इतनी प्रोहिबिटिवली एक्सपेंसिव थी, कोई भी फॉलो नहीं कर रहा था. Nobody was following that cost. Nobody was complying earlier. Why? Because prohibitively expensive cost of compliance. Therefore, since nobody was following, Hence, your actual cost of compliance earlier was 0. But because of GST, your cost of compliance has increased from 0 to 10. It has not decreased from 400 to 10. It has increased from 0 to 10. Now you see the resistance against GST. It has not decreased from 400 to 10. It has increased for almost everybody from 0 to 10. Versus cost of non-compliance, वो तो increase हुई है. Because now it is the system that catches you. तो अब आप जैसे सुनते होगे, पहले जिस काम को कराने के लिए 1 लाख रुपए लगते थे, अब उसके लिए 10 लाख रुपए लग रहे हैं. ब्राइब इंक्रीज हो गई है. Must have come across these statements by many people. I don't know how much truth is there, but one thing is certain. Cost of non-compliance has increased or not? Why? Because now it is the system that catches. Hence you have to pay penalty. अब अगर आपको ब्राइब करना है तो बड़े लेवल पे ब्राइब करना पड़ेगा. छोटा मोटा टैक्स इंस्पेक्टर आपको आके हैरेस नहीं कर सकता. You will have to bribe at a bigger level now. Why? Cost of compliance, non-compliance has increased. Regarding cost of compliance, it was effectively 0, now it has increased to 10. Therefore, resistance against GST. This is what GST is, goods and services tax. There are many aspects related to GST which are well explained in the material that I have given to you. For example, concept of revenue neutral rate, concept of input tax rate तो मैंने आपको बता दिया है. There are many other concepts. Tax slabs in GST क्या क्या है? 0, 5, 12, 18, 28, 28 plus cess. All these things are explained there. Various items depending upon their utility, their necessity, their luxury are taxed at a different rate. Items which are necessary, for example, agricultural item, they are taxed at 0 rate. Items which are luxury, they are taxed at 28% rate. जब हम बोलते हैं one nation, one tax, we are not referring to one rate of tax. When we say one nation, one tax GST, we don't refer to one rate of tax, we refer to one system, one event of taxation. Event is sales. We are not saying कि sales का rate एक ही है. Event is sales. I hope this is clear to everyone. Rate of taxes can be different, 0, 5, 12, 20, 18, 28, 28 plus cess. Depending upon whether the item is luxury or necessary, there are different rates of taxes. That is why in the previous class I said indirect taxes को हम GST को हम नहीं बोलना चाहिए हमको that it is a regressive tax. Yes, when you buy something which is agricultural good, everybody pays a 0 tax. But at the same time, luxury items, expensive items are taxed at a higher rate. Therefore, what Mr. Ambani consumes, he is paying higher taxes, indirect tax on all those goods, versus what an average household consumes, versus what a lower income household consumes. Hence, if we say that indirect taxes are regressive, it must be accompanied with this realization that they are not actually regressive. GST is not actually regressive. Why? Because the rate of tax is such that luxury items are taxed at a higher tax rate. Cars are taxed at a higher tax rate. Luxury cars at even a higher tax rate. This is with respect to GST. The final thing that is remaining is tax evasion. I have already told you something about tax evasion. Let me tell you something about direct tax evasion as well. Let me answer some of your questions. बोला 9 बजे तक पढ़ाऊंगा, कुछ क्वेश्चन आंसर कर देता हूं, 2-3 मिनट के लिए कुछ क्वेश्चन आंसर कर देता हूं. Let me answer some of your questions. Why do some people claim that India's growth? नहीं, ये तो यार some people claim वाली मैं क्या ही आंसर दूं इस चीज का. We can say that GST benefit over simple VAT gave relaxation for businesses and entrepreneurs due to relaxation in administration hurdles, but for final consumer to what extent it benefits? I'll answer this. ये मैं आंसर करता हूं. Final consumer को कैसे benefit किया है मैं आंसर करता हूं. शुभम, let me answer this question. ये अच्छा सवाल है, मैं आंसर करता हूं. What is GST compensation? बताता हूं. हाँ, पेंडोरा पेपर्स बताऊंगा, अभी बताता हूं. डायरेक्ट टैक्स वाला बात बता रहा हूं. आई एम टॉकिंग, इसके बाद मैं डायरेक्ट टैक्स वाला बात बताऊंगा. इट विल टेक हार्डली अबाउट 15 मिनट्स. पेंडोरा पेपर्स के एग्जांपल से बता. पेंडोरा पेपर्स या फिर उससे पहले वो क्या थे, पनामा पेपर्स, उनके एग्जांपल से बताऊंगा. आई विल यूज दोज एग्जांपल्स. अरे रोड टैक्स क्या करोगे यार? रोड टैक्स इज एग्जांपल ऑफ एंट्री टैक्स. Does GST have inherent R&R determination, revenue neutral rate? Let me tell about GST, R&R. दस बजे तक क्लास कंटिन्यू करो यार, मेरी बीवी घर से बाहर निकाल देगी मुझे. चलो शुभम, आपका सवाल आंसर करता हूं. दैट इज समथिंग दैट आई वुड आंसर. हाउ डज जीएसटी बेनिफिट कंज्यूमर्स? कंज्यूमर्स को कैसे बेनिफिट करता है एज इन लाइक अस? सिंपली इफ यू लुक एट इट, द इफेक्टिव रेट ऑफ व्हाट इज मेंट बाय फास्ट टैग. अरे वोडनाला यार, फास्ट टैग इज सिंपली द टैग, इट्स सिंपली अ मेथड ऑफ पेइंग टोल टैक्स. वो फास्ट टैग है. Digital way in which you can pay toll tax. Earlier you used to pay it by cash. Now there is a preloaded wallet which is scanned through that RFID. Therefore you pay that. That is what fast tag is. Chalo, let's understand how does GST benefit consumers. Again, one more, because of lack of understanding, I hope by now you at least understand this, that GST is by itself not that complicated, but it requires understanding of many things for you to understand GST properly. By itself it's not that complex. By itself. But because you need to understand many small things, VAT समझना है, input tax credit समझना है, offsetting समझना है, उसके बाद GST हम आसानी से समझ पाते हैं. Because it requires understanding of many small things, therefore GST becomes complex. Otherwise it's certainly not complex. Let's understand how does GST benefit consumers. One thing that is said by many people, जैसे बोला ना कि ग्रोथ रेट कम हो गई. पहले तो नोटबंदी ने कमर तोड़ी, उसके बाद जीएसटी ने कमर तोड़ दी. So let's understand how does GST benefit consumers. Earlier, what was the effective tax that you were paying? Effective tax on any good that you purchased, there were various taxes. For example, there was VAT. VAT on most goods and services was at the rate of 14%. लगभग 14% VAT पे करते थे. जब हम बिल पे करते थे, when we used to pay bill, when we used to go to, let's say, a restaurant, we used to go to Shoppers Stop, in our bill we used to see only VAT. क्योंकि उस सेल्स ट्रांजैक्शन पे कौन सा टैक्स लगा है? केवल VAT लगा है. आई हैव परचेज अ जीन्स फ्रॉम शॉपर स्टॉप, 1000 रुपए की जीन्स है और मैंने उसके ऊपर VAT पे कर दिया 14%. So I am seeing that only 14% tax has been paid. My eyes tell me that I am paying a 14% or 12%, whatever but the rate of VAT on clothes, I am paying only that tax. Versus now I see GST and I say that GST is higher than the VAT that I was paying. तो अब मुझे लगता है मैं ज्यादा टैक्स पे कर रहा हूं. We think that we are paying more in the GST regime as compared to what we were paying earlier. Why? Because the tax that we used to see in the bill was less earlier as compared to what we see in the bill today. But there is a very big difference. In the bill that you used to see earlier, there was only VAT. Because on that transaction only VAT was levied. Excise duty was hidden from you because excise was paid something earlier. Entry, octroi, other indirect taxes were hidden from you because they are not part of the bill that you are paying. All these taxes were levied earlier. तो आपको तो केवल यही दिखता है. In the bill, you will see only this and not other taxes. Effectively, what was the tax rate that you were paying earlier? 14% VAT, about 12% excise duty on the value of good. You used to pay about 12%. लगभग सब गुड्स के ऊपर 10% या 12% excise duty थी. Almost every state had different rates of VAT, but usually the rate was about 12%, 14%. 14% was the VAT that you paid, 12% was the excise duty that you paid, and if you include other taxes, entry, octroi, etc., other indirect taxes, they summed out to be somewhere around 7 to 8%. लगभग 7 से 8% ये taxes होते थे. Effectively, what was the rate of tax? 14 और 12 26, 26 और 7 लगभग 33. About 33% was the tax on value that we essentially paid earlier. As a consumer, we were actually paying about 33% of the goods value as tax if everything was taxed properly. Agar producer, wholesaler, consumer, retailer, everybody was paying all the proper taxes. Everybody, if they were complying, in case they were complying. In case everybody was complying, then they used to pay 33% of tax. Effective tax that was levied on us as consumer was 33%. What is the highest tax that you pay now? 28% plus cess. 28% plus cess. Highest tax that you pay now is this. Undoubtedly, on most of the items, GST is far less than what was the tax that you were ideally supposed to pay earlier. I hope everybody has got the answer. Ideally, that the tax you were supposed to pay earlier was this much. On almost all items now, highest tax rate 28 plus cess hai. On almost all items now, tax is less than this. Therefore, ideally, you are paying far less tax today than you were paying earlier. But we don't live in an ideal world. Because most of the people were not paying taxes earlier, hence you are not bearing this burden. Now, many people would have to pay the taxes because of higher cost of non-compliance. Therefore, you will have to pay this much tax. समझ में आया difference? Earlier, if it was an ideal world, you would be paying 33% of value as tax. Imagine करो ना इस चीज को. हमने देखा ना tax to GDP ratio देखी सरकार की हमने. We looked at tax to GDP ratio. What was tax to GDP ratio of the government? Center and state combined कितनी है? Center plus state की tax to GDP ratio somewhere around 17% of GDP. मतलब क्या है इसका? अगर 100 रुपए की वैल्यू प्रोड्यूस होती है, if value worth 100 rupees is produced, center and state together collect 17 rupees as taxes. 100 rupees of value is produced, they together collect 17 rupees as tax. Out of this 17%, 11 is center and 6 is state. Out of 11, 5.5% is direct, 5.5% is indirect. मतलब स्टेट का पूरा इनडायरेक्ट मान लेते हैं और 5.5 सेंटर का इनडायरेक्ट है. मतलब टोटल इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स कितना कलेक्ट हुआ है? टोटल इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स कलेक्टेड इज 11.5% ऑफ जीडीपी. States collect 6% of their GDP as tax. Center collects 5.5% of the GDP as indirect tax. 5.5% is direct tax. That means how much were center and state together collecting in form of indirect taxes? Together they were collecting 11.5%. That means out of 100 rupees of GDP produced, 100 rupees of value of output produced, you were collecting 11.5 rupees as indirect tax only. मतलब ideally what was indirect tax that you were levying? 33%. Average tax आपका जो आ रहा था 33% आ रहा था. Effective tax, not average, effective. Effective indirect tax that you were levying was 33. Whereas how much you were collecting? About 11. केवल 11 कलेक्ट कर रहे थे. 100 रुपए की वैल्यू पे 33 रुपए इनडायरेक्ट कलेक्ट करना था, कर सकते थे, लेकिन कितना कर रहे थे? केवल 11, only 11. 1/3 of what you could have collected was what you were collecting. Meaning, effectively, you were taxing just 1/3 of what was produced. Effectively, you were taxing only 1/3 of what was produced. 100 रुपीस की वैल्यू प्रोड्यूस होती थी, तो उसमें से आप केवल 33 रुपए की वैल्यू टैक्स कर पाते थे. 1/3 of 33 is 11. That is what you were collecting. Out of 100 rupees of value produced in your economy, you could tax only 1/3. I hope it is clear to everybody. Ideally, आप कितनी कलेक्ट कर सकते थे? 33. How much were you actually collecting? 11.5. That means you were able to collect only 1/3 of tax of what you could collect. Or to say, you were able to tax only 1/3 of value that was produced. This brings us to the point that what happens to consumers? In that ideal world, you were paying only 11% of tax, indirect tax. In real world, before GST, you were paying only 11% of tax, indirect tax. In new world, that is post GST world, you are paying a little bit more tax than before. That is because earlier nobody was complying, now more people are complying. अब कंप्लायंस बढ़ गया है पहले से, इसीलिए आपको लगता है पहले से ज्यादा टैक्स पे कर रहे हो. बिकॉज ऑफ इंक्रीज्ड कंप्लायंस यू थिंक यू आर पेइंग मोर टैक्सेस नाउ. क्लियर हुआ? इसी चीज को हम पढ़ते हैं एक और चीज से, इन द कंसेप्ट ऑफ रेवेन्यू न्यूट्रल रेट, RNR, रेवेन्यू न्यूट्रल रेट, रेवेन्यू न्यूट्रल रेट. Please read about RNR. I hope you can read. I am sure you will be able to understand about RNR. अगर मैं RNR बताऊंगा ना तो उसमें 10 मिनट और चले जाएंगे हमारे. I am sure you will be able to understand what RNR is, revenue neutral rate is, from the printed material that I have given to you. I am sure you will be able to understand it. समझ जाओगे सब लोग. मेरी ईमेल आईडी आप सबके पास होगी ही होगी. अगर नहीं है तो लिख लो, aditya@visionis.in, ADITYA@visionis.in. Many students of your batch mail me regularly at@visionis.in. This is my email ID. Please mail any question that you have. I am sure you will be able to understand what revenue neutral rate is. I am 100% sure. समझ में आ जाएगा पक्का. Rather than RNR, let me explain to you something which is called as Laffer curve. Laffer curve बताता हूं आपको क्या है. Laffer curve. Laffer curve के कंसेप्ट से हम RNR और आसानी से समझ जाएंगे. Laffer curve is this. ये Laffer curve है. Tax revenue, tax rate. Laffer curve is a tax revenue versus tax rate curve. What happens to your tax revenue when you change tax rates? When your tax rate is 0, अगर आपका tax rate 0% है तो आप कितना revenue collect करोगे? 0 revenues. If your tax rate is 0, आप कोई revenue collect नहीं कर पाओगे. If your tax rate is 100%, 100% tax rate है, nobody would work. Why would I work? मैं क्यों काम पे आऊं जब मेरे को सारी की सारी इनकम सरकार को दे देनी है तो? Nobody would work here because you are paying every part of your income to the government as tax. Nobody would pay tax here because the tax rate is 0. So when tax rate is 0, government collects 0 tax. When tax rate is 100, government collects 0 tax. There is some optimum level in between. I'm not saying this is, ये symmetric बना दिया है लेकिन symmetric है नहीं. There is some optimum level in between where the government ideally collects maximum tax revenue, maximum revenue. There is some ideal tax rate somewhere in between where the government collects maximum tax revenue. This is your optimum rate of tax. Optimum rate of tax. Optimum rate of tax. ये कहां से निकल के आता है? Laffer curve. अभी Laffer curve केवल ये idea represent कर रहा है. Laffer curve is simply representing the idea that there is some optimum rate of tax. It is not telling anything about what this optimum rate of tax is or how will you collect. Nobody knows what is the optimum rate of tax of their economy. You just strive to achieve this. For example, at present, मान लेते हैं at present your tax rate is, let's say 15%. आपका 15% tax rate है. At 15% you collect some revenue. You don't know whether your optimum tax rate is on the right hand side or on the left hand side of 15. आपको नहीं पता कि ये 15 के राइट में है कि लेफ्ट में है. आपको तो बस ये पता है कि 15 पे आप कितना कलेक्ट कर रहे हो. Let's say you increase your tax rate from 15 to 17. 17 पे आपने इंक्रीज कर दिया. When you increase from 15 to 17, let's say you witness an increase in tax collection. That means now you are more closer to the optimum rate. Let's say from 17 you increased it to 21. You find 17 पे जितना कलेक्ट कर रहे थे उतना ही 21 पे कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं. Therefore you see that there might be something in between. You see that there might be something in between these two numbers, which is your optimal rate of tax. Laffer curve doesn't tell us anything about what optimal rate of tax is. It simply says the idea, conveys the idea that there is some optimal rate of tax at which government can maximize its revenue. Now read RNR, revenue neutral rate, with reading this Laffer curve. You will be able to understand what revenue neutral rate is. Let's talk about tax evasion quickly. Tax evasion के ऊपर 2 मिनट में बात कर लेते हैं. By now you have understood that any good taxation system, हम already बात कर चुके हैं. Indirect taxes का tax evasion हम already बात कर चुके हैं. Any good taxation system should have the property that the cost of compliance is low and cost of non-compliance is high. In case of direct taxes, let's have a look at direct tax. Indirect tax में हमने देखा अगर complex system है तो लोग evade करेंगे tax pay करना, देखा हमने. In case of direct, for example, firms, minimum alternate tax. Firms are given some flexibility so that they can reduce their tax burden. You can claim some exemptions on the profit that you earn so that you can pay less tax on the total liability. Your total tax liability is less. आपके profits 1000 करोड़ रुपए के हैं और उसके ऊपर आपको कुछ exemptions मिली हैं. There are some exemptions that you have got. You have been given some exemptions. If you use those exemptions, you will reduce your tax liability. Point is, firms may misuse these exemptions. Firms may misuse their expenses. Firms may do some kind of creative accounting to reduce their tax liability. Let's take few examples of how this can be reduced, of how firms reduce their tax liability. कुछ एग्जांपल लेते हैं, उससे हमको टैक्स एविजन समझ में आ जाएगा. लेट्स टेक 2 एग्जांपल्स. पहला एग्जांपल पंडोरा पेपर्स का ले लेते हैं. अगला एग्जांपल हम कोई एपीएस का लेंगे, एडवांस प्राइसिंग, एपीएम्स का लेंगे, एडवांस प्राइसिंग का. लेट्स टेक 2 एग्जांपल्स एंड दैट वुड बी इट. 10 मिनट में हो जाएगा हमारा काम. लेट्स एक्सप्लेन, लेट्स सी व्हाट पेंडोरा पेपर्स आर. टैक्स इवेजन, पनामा पेपर्स. टैक्स इवेजन क्या हुआ पनामा पेपर्स में? पनामा पेपर्स में ही हुआ और सेम चीज पंडोरा पेपर्स में हुई. देयर इज अ फर्म, देयर आर अ फ्यू फर्म्स. मोसेक फोएंसेका उस फर्म का नाम था. नो नीड टू रिमेंबर दैट नेम. देयर इज अ फर्म इन पनामा, अ लॉ फर्म. एक लॉ फर्म है. वो लॉ फर्म का काम क्या है? कंपनीज बनाना. जैसे इंडिया में अगर आपको कोई कंपनी बनानी है, इफ यू हैव टू मेक अ कंपनी, यू विल हैव टू अप्रोच अ सीए एज वेल एज अ लॉयर. A CA will register your company with the registrar of companies, will fulfill all the compliances, and lawyer will do all the legal requirements. This is what a law firm does. A law firm usually has lawyers as well as CAs. Usually दोनों चीजें होती हैं. खास करके जो कंपनी लॉ की फर्म है उसके अंदर CA प्लस लॉयर्स दोनों होते हैं. अब देखो, एक कंपनी है A. There is one company A whose tax liability is on 1000 crores. 1000 करोड़ ज्यादा हो गया और आसान एग्जांपल देता हूं. There is a company whose tax liability, whose profits are 10 crore rupees. 10 करोड़ रुपए इस कंपनी के प्रॉफिट्स हैं. The profits earned by a company are 10 crores. Therefore, it is required to pay a tax on 10 crore. It is required to pay a tax on these 10 crores of profits. अब कंपनी को क्या करना है? अपना प्रॉफिट कम दिखाना है. टू रिड्यूस इट्स प्रॉफिट्स समहाउ. व्हाट कंपनी कैन डू इज, कंपनी कैन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट दीज प्रॉफिट्स, डिस्ट्रीब्यूट दीज प्रॉफिट्स इन अदर कंपनीज, इन अदर कंपनीज. What you will do is you will create 10 shell companies. 10 shell companies बनाओगे. Shell companies, a company which is not essentially doing anything, it simply exists only on paper. केवल पेपर पे है कंपनी और कुछ काम नहीं करती है. What this company will do, a company will do, it will create 10 shell companies. Companies which do not do anything, whose sole purpose is to save tax for A. अब ये क्या करेगी? A company will show that I am buying, let's say there are 10 companies, A1 to A10, A1 to A10, and finally A. What A will do, A will show that I have bought something from A1, A1 buys something from A2, from A3, from A4, for A5, from A10 ultimately. और ये जो अपने 10 करोड़ प्रॉफिट हैं वो इन सब कंपनीज में 1-1 करोड़ के बांट देगी. A1 makes a profit of 1 crores, A2 makes a profit of 1, A3 makes a profit of 1, A4 makes a profit of 1, A10 makes a profit of 1. It has distributed its profits amongst 10 companies. When your profits are more than 1 crore, there is different rate of tax. When your profits are up to 1 crore, there is a different rate of tax. Let us say the tax slabs are different. एक करोड़ से ऊपर इनकम है तो आपको हेल्थ और एजुकेशन सेस भी देना पड़ेगा, एक टैक्स सरचार्ज भी देना पड़ेगा. लेकिन 1 करोड़ से कम है तो वो सब आपको नहीं देना पड़ेगा. ऑल दोस थिंग्स यू विल नॉट हैव टू पे. आई होप यू आर गेटिंग इट. इफ योर इनकम इज अबव 1 crore rupees, you will have to bear additional burden of tax. If your income is up to 1 crore rupees, that additional burden need not be borne by you. What you can do to reduce your tax liability, you can split your profits into 10 firms. Thereby, you will completely eliminate that additional burden that you are going to bear. अब ये 10 firms क्या है? ये केवल कागज पे exist कर रही हैं. What has that company A done? Company A has avoided paying a tax. समझ में आया? सेम चीज, ये तो हमने प्रॉफिट्स की बात करी 10 करोड़ रुपए. सेम चीज कैन ऑल्सो हैपन इन केस ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स. कैसे? इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स में कैसे होती है? जीएसटी सिस्टम में क्या है? आई क्विकली टेल यू अबाउट व्हाट इज देयर इन जीएसटी सिस्टम. इन जीएसटी सिस्टम, इफ द रेवेन्यू ऑफ द कंपनी टर्नओवर, इफ द टर्नओवर ऑफ द कंपनी इज बिलो 2 crore rupees, अगर अब तो वो लिमिट बढ़ा के 5 करोड़ कर दी गई है. If the revenue of the company is below 2 crore rupees, then you have an option to register yourself in some kind of comprehensive scheme. वो स्कीम क्या है कि आपको तब हर एक गुड के ऊपर अलग अलग जीएसटी नहीं देना है, आपको एक कंबाइंड जीएसटी देना है अपने टोटल रेवेन्यू के ऊपर. अगर आपकी फर्म का रेवेन्यू 2 करोड़ से कम है, इफ द रेवेन्यू ऑफ ए फर्म इज लेस देन 2 crore rupees, then there is some relaxation with respect to GST that is given. वो relaxation क्या है? Now you do not have to maintain separate books for all different goods that you are dealing in. अलग अलग गुड्स हैं, उन अलग अलग गुड्स के ऊपर अलग अलग टैक्स रेट है. Some goods are taxed at 15%, 12% rate, some at 18, some at 28, some at 5. For a small firm, it is difficult to keep a track of what are the different goods that it is dealing with, especially when all those goods fall in different tax slabs. To encourage small firms to come under GST regime, government said that we will give you a relaxation, that you do not have to pay GST separately on all the goods that you are dealing with. अलग अलग गुड है, उसके ऊपर अलग अलग रेट है. आपको ये सब माथापच्ची नहीं करनी. आपके लिए प्रोसेस और सिंपल करते हैं स्मॉल फर्म्स के लिए, कि आप lump sum GST पे करो. You pay GST in a lump sum manner rather than paying individually on all goods. You simply tell us what is your revenue. Your revenue is less than 2 crores. उसके ऊपर आप 20% GST पे कर दो, या 10% जितना भी है, 5%, 10%, 20% जितना भी है. You pay simply 5% GST on your revenue below 2 crore rupees. If it is above 2 crores, then it is expected that now you are a big firm. Therefore, now you have to pay GST separately on all different goods that you are dealing in. लेकिन 2 करोड़ से कम है तब आप कम जीएसटी पे करोगे, कम रेट के ऊपर, और आपकी कंप्लायंस रिक्वायरमेंट कम है. आई होप एवरीबडी कैन एसोसिएट व्हाट द फर्म विल डू. अ फर्म विल ब्रेक डाउन इटसेल्फ इनटू 5 स्मॉल फर्म्स. एक फर्म जिसका टोटल रेवेन्यू, यहां पे हमने प्रॉफिट की बात करी थी, अ फर्म हुज टोटल रेवेन्यू इज 10 crores, टोटल टर्नओवर इज 10 crore rupees, will break itself down into 5 small firms. 5 स्मॉल फर्म में ब्रेक किया अपने आप को, और आपकी जीएसटी कंप्लायंस, जीएसटी रेट जो आप पे कर रहे थे वो सब कम हो गया. यू आर अ फर्म हुज टर्नओवर इज 10 crores, बट नाउ देयर आर 5 firms whose turnover is 2 crores. You are creating shell companies to escape tax liabilities. This is what happens in tax evasion. There was a firm in Panama, there was a firm in Pandora which was creating firms. ये shell companies बना रहे थे, international companies. इंडिया के अंदर if you make these companies like this in India, you will be caught. You are usually caught. Shell companies बनाते हो तो you are caught. Government has been strict when it comes to dealing with shell companies since past 10 years. पिछले 10 साल से सरकार shell companies के खिलाफ काफी एक्शन लेती आई है. Periodically there are many shell companies that government weeds out, eliminates shell companies कि ये कंपनी रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है, इसको आप नहीं कर सकते हो. तो अब लोगों ने क्या किया, टैक्स बचाने के लिए विदेश की तरफ देखा, बाहर की तरफ देखा। इंडिया में अगर सरकार ऐड कर रही है तो एक काम करते हैं, बाहर फॉर्म बना लेते हैं। वील मेक अ फॉर्म इन पेंडोरा, इन पनामा, वी विल शो ट्रांजैक्शंस विद दैट फर्म, मनी विल गो, मनी विल कम बैक। So money is going like this, money is coming back like this. In this process, we will reduce our tax liability. क्या बोला सचिन तेंदुलकर ने? There is nothing illegal that has been done. He is absolutely right. Absolutely right. अमिताभ बच्चन ने क्या बोला? Nothing illegal that has been done. Absolutely right. They have not done anything illegal, but it is illegitimate. What they have done is they have created shell companies abroad, and from there they are transferring some part of their profits or incomes, and here they are showing low tax liabilities. कुछ गलत नहीं किया है, कोई किसी टैक्स लॉ का उल्लंघन नहीं किया. They have not violated any tax law because no tax law exists to deal with such situations. Obviously, there are many companies who do legitimate business with foreign firms. अब रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री का फॉरेन बिजनेस है, तो रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री को फॉरेन कंपनीज के साथ डील करना है. फॉर दैट इट इज गोइंग टू शो टू द गवर्नमेंट दैट दीज आर डीलिंग विद फॉरेन कंपनीज, हेंस दीज आर आवर एक्सपेंसेस. बट रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री उस फॉरेन कंपनी की आड़ में 50 शेल कंपनीज बाहर खड़ी कर देगी और उनके साथ अपनी ट्रांजैक्शंस दिखाएगी, एंड देयरफॉर विल रिड्यूस इट्स टैक्स लायबिलिटी. इट्स लीगल बट सर्टेनली नॉट लेजिटिमेट. I am 100% sure that there is no prosecution that is going to happen. Simply not because the people who are there are powerful, not because the people who are there will be able to bribe. No, that's not the reason. Reason is that there is nothing illegal, because there is no law to deal with these things. This is the story of Pandora Papers and Panama Papers. Sad but true that yes, there is not much that the government can do. सरकार केवल लोगों को बताने के लिए नोटिस भेज सकती है. गवर्नमेंट कैन सिंपली सेंड नोटिस कि भाई यहां हम कुछ कर रहे हैं, कुछ कर रहे हैं. अब लोगों को कौन बताए? हु विल एक्सप्लेन दिस टू द पीपल दैट यस, टेक्निकली स्पीकिंग देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग. रॉन्ग एज इन देयर इज नथिंग इलीगल. देयर इज रॉन्ग, एथिकली गलत चीज है, लेकिन इलीगल कुछ नहीं हुआ है. अब आप कैसे एक्सप्लेन करोगे? हाउ विल यू प्रोसिक्यूट समबडी व्हेन समथिंग इज नॉट, समथिंग इलीगल हैज नॉट टेकन प्लेस? सो दिस इज द स्टोरी ऑफ Panama Papers and Pandora Papers. The rich, the connected, especially from lawyer background, they are able to utilize, exploit such loopholes in the taxation system. We have got double taxation avoidance agreements wherein income earned in one place will be taxed in either of the two places. इंडिया और मॉरिशस का डबल टैक्सेशन अवॉइडेंस एग्रीमेंट है. मतलब अगर एक इनकम इंडिया में टैक्स हो गई तो सेम इनकम मॉरिशस में टैक्स नहीं होगी. I'll repeat, there is a double taxation avoidance agreement between India and Mauritius. If some income is taxed in India, it will not be taxed in Mauritius. And therefore, what will somebody do? Mauritius के अंदर टैक्स रेट 2% है, 3% है. इंडिया में टैक्स रेट कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स रेट 25% है. तो एक कॉर्पोरेट क्या करेगी? अपने सारे प्रॉफिट्स मॉरिशियस शिफ्ट कर देगी एंड से दैट प्रॉफिट्स आर अर्न्ड इन मॉरिशियस, नॉट हियर. Profits are earned in Mauritius, not in India, and therefore what will happen is all the profits will be taxed in Mauritius at 2% rate. सरकार कुछ नहीं कर सकती इसके अंदर. सरकार जब इसके खिलाफ एक्ट करेगी, when government acts against this, then what will happen? You will claim that there is tax terrorism in the country. देश में टैक्स टेररिज्म है कि आप बिजनेस नहीं करने दे रहे किसी को. ये बात सच है. Yes, this is true that there is tax terrorism in the country. Tax terrorism means when the taxman comes knocking at your door without any reason. Taxman will come, knock at your door and put a tax. आपकी इतनी penalty बनती है. Yes, tax terrorism exists, but at the same time, tax evasion also exists. Not at small scale, but a very big scale. This is what is tax evasion. Let me give one last example of how more tax evasion is done. एक और example दूंगा फटाफट, 2 मिनट के अंदर दूंगा. Let me explain the concept of related party transactions. Just, it will take hardly 3 minutes. 3 मिनट लगेंगे बस. और related party transactions for evading taxes. क्या है related party transactions? आसान है. Let me give example of Maruti. Maruti is a good company. It's not involved in tax evasion, but this example is understood better when I give their example. मारुति के ऊपर, इट्स नॉट अ पर्सनल अटैक ऑन मारुति, बट द एग्जांपल सूट्स देम बेटर. मारुति सुजुकी, सुजुकी एक जापानीज कंपनी है, मारुति सुजुकी एक इंडियन कंपनी है. टू मेक कार्स, मारुति हैज टू बाय टायर्स. It buys tires from the market. Let's say the quality of tires that Maruti buys is available in the market for 10,000 rupees. 10,000 रुपए के टायर मिलते हैं मार्केट में. 10,000 रुपए के टायर खरीद के मारुति जब गाड़ी बनाती है, when it makes cars, sells it to the people, it sells it at 10 lakh rupees, it makes a profit of 5 lakhs. 5 लाख रुपए का प्रॉफिट मारुति ने कमाया. It buys tires worth 10,000 from the market. It earns a profit of 5 lakh rupees on the car. This 5 lakh rupees profit, because it is earned in India, it will be taxed in India. In India, tax rate is high, whereas in Japan, tax rate is low. Corporate tax rate is low. Maruti will think that why am I paying high taxes in India? Let me shift my profits out of India to Japan. Base erosion and profit shifting, BEPS. Maruti will say, let me shift my profits outside India to Japan. कैसे शिफ्ट करेंगे? एक काम करते हैं, मार्केट से टायर खरीदने की बजाय सुजुकी से टायर खरीदते हैं. Let me buy tires from Suzuki at an inflated price. Same tires which I can buy from the market at 10,000 rupees, I will buy from Suzuki at 1 lakh rupees. 1 लाख रुपए में सुजुकी से टायर खरीदेंगे, ना कि 10,000 रुपए में. गाड़ी तो 10 लाख की ही बेचेंगे, लेकिन अपना प्रॉफिट अब दिखाएंगे कि हमारा प्रॉफिट 4 लाख रुपए है. प्रॉफिट विच वाज 5 lakh हैज नाउ रिड्यूस्ड टू 4 lakh बिकॉज योर कॉस्ट ऑफ टायर्स हैज इंक्रीज टू 1 lakh rupees. Where has this 1 lakh gone? This 1 lakh has gone to Suzuki, from where you purchased tires which were actually worth 10,000 for rupees 1 lakh. What you have done is you have indulged yourself in a related party transaction. Suzuki आपकी related party है. You have indulged yourself in a related party transaction by which you have shifted your profits outside the country. Base erosion and profit shifting. इसको एड्रेस करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट सेज दैट, सरकार जाएगी मारुति के पास, हमको बेवकूफ ना समझो. This transaction in which you have purchased tires worth 1,000 for rupees 1 lakh, the whole sole purpose of this transaction is to evade paying taxes. There is no commercial basis for this transaction. Only basis is that you have done this transaction to evade paying taxes. Government will levy a penalty on Maruti and then Maruti will cry कि इंडिया में बिजनेस नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि सरकार हमारे ऊपर टैक्स लाइबिलिटी लगा दे रही है. There is tax terrorism in India. गलती किसकी? मारुति की. सफर कौन करेगा? कंट्री. Why? Because Maruti will cry there cannot be tax, you cannot do business in India because government will levy arbitrary tax liability. Is this arbitrary? No. What Maruti did was wrong. What government does is its legitimate right. In order to prevent these allegations of tax terrorism, government will approach in a more mature manner. सरकार क्या करेगी? सरकार मारुति को बोलेगी एक काम करते हैं, लेट अस साइन एन अग्रीमेंट विद ईच अदर. अग्रीमेंट इज कॉल्ड एडवांस्ड प्राइसिंग एग्रीमेंट, APA. Government and Maruti will sign an advanced pricing agreement with each other in which Maruti will promise to the government that whatever transactions I do with anybody will be done as if I am doing transactions in a market. In the advanced pricing agreement, Maruti will claim, Maruti will promise to the government कि मैं जो भी transaction करूंगा, whatever transaction I do, I will do those transactions in a manner which are upholding market principles. I will follow what is called as arm's length principle. Arm's length. Arm's length principle क्या है? Arm's length principle is, बस last 2 minutes है. Arm's length principle. Arm's length principle is that a person who is within the reach of my arm, that person is personal to me. Somebody who is within the reach of my arm, I will treat that person with special preference. In market, you cannot treat anybody with special preference. मार्केट में चाहे आप अपनी वाइफ से डील कर रहे हो, पिताजी से डील कर रहे हो, किसी से भी डील कर रहे हो, व्हेन यू आर डीलिंग विद देम इन द मार्केट, यू हैव टू डील विद देम एज इफ यू आर डीलिंग विद एनी अदर पर्सन. You will keep an arm's length distance with everybody in the market. चाहे आपका पर्सनल हो चाहे कुछ हो. With everybody in the market, you will keep an arm's length distance. Therefore, Maruti will promise that we will keep Suzuki at an arm's length distance. We will treat Suzuki just like we treat MRF and JK Tyre. They will promise this to the government. Hence, an agreement will be signed कि हम कोई ट्रांजैक्शन ऐसी नहीं करेंगे जिसके अंदर इस टाइप की डीलिंग्स हो. और अगर हमने कोई ट्रांजैक्शन करी, if some transaction is found, then the government will say you have violated this. Hence, there is a penalty. So, government will come up with such rules. This is how tax evasion is done, and these are some of the ways through which tax evasion is sought to be reduced. With this, we have come to the end of our discussion. I hope the class was not, I know the class was very mentally taxing. अब हमारा डिस्कशन खत्म हो गया है. I sincerely hope you are able to register 30% of whatever I have said. I sincerely hope. I sincerely hope you are fresh mentally. You are able to process all the information. You will not be able to, I know, मुश्किल है. But at the same time, as I said, notes are there with you. Plus, notes would also be provided in synopsis. Please read from there. वहां से पढ़ लेना. I am sure you will be able to register most of things. ठीक है? चलो, सवाल देख लेता हूं मैं क्या है. Really proud that there are about 85 students still in the class. It's 9:10, 9:07. I'm really happy. अभी भी कुछ लोग हैं सुन रहे हैं जो. चलो. खत्म यार, खत्म हो गया. आदित्य का सवाल है, सर देयर इज अ डाउट फ्रॉम प्रीवियस क्लास. आई कैनॉट अंडरस्टैंड हाउ द एवरेज इंटरेस्ट रेट दैट गवर्नमेंट पेज ऑन इट्स डेट is equal to repo rate, which in turn is equal to the repo rate, which is turn and equal to the interest rate government is offering on bond. Let me tell it quickly. ये बताता हूँ आदित्य. Interest rate that the government pays on its bond is equal to repo rate. ये वाला सवाल है ना, आसान है समझना. I said that it is almost equal to that. Almost equal to that. Not exactly equal, but almost equal. क्यों? बता देता हूँ. Repo rate is the independent interest rate in the economy. इंडिपेंडेंट मतलब आरबीआई ने जो प्रॉमिस किया है दैट दिस द रेट एट विच वी विल बी लेंडिंग टू बैंक्स फॉर शॉर्ट टर्म, दैट इज द रेट. रेपो रेट इज द लीस्ट रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. सबसे कम रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इकोनॉमी में है वो रेपो रेट है. ये मत बोलना रिवर्स रेपो रेट है. रिवर्स रेपो रेट बैंक जो आरबीआई को दे रहे हैं वो वाला है. रेपो रेट इज जहां पे भी लेंडिंग हो रही है, दैट इज रेपो रेट. सो रेपो रेट इज द लीस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट इन द इकोनॉमी. फाइन. हु गेट्स टू बोरो एट लीस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट? It is only the government that gets to borrow at least interest rates. सरकार का सिक्योरिटी रिस्क, सरकार का रिस्क जीरो है ना. When you lend money to the government, by definition the risk is zero. Therefore, when government takes money from the market, it usually takes at repo rate or a rate very close to it. That is why सरकार की जो borrowing है वो लगभग रेपो रेट पे होती है. बॉन्ड जो सरकार इशू करती है वो लगभग रेपो रेट के आसपास करती है. That is why repo rate is the least interest rate, and it is the government only in the economy which can borrow at that least interest rate. That is why repo rate is equal to the rate which government offers on government bonds. Almost equal. Next एक और आदित्य जी हैं. Okay, आदित्य जी का क्या सवाल क्या है? Request sir to please tell some good books which one can go through to understand all about Indian economy apart from our UPSC books after the class. Yes, there are many good books that you can read, but at the same time don't read them from the point of view of only economics. जैसे एक चीज मैं आपको बताऊं, that is not a book. One thing that you can certainly refer to is Indian Express में columns आते हैं by a person called Shahaji Vikraman. In Indian Express Explained, there is a writer called Shahaji Vikraman who writes about economics history. Economic history series. Read his columns. His columns are really good. वहां से हमको again, क्योंकि when we understand the context of some reform, what was happening and then what happens, then it becomes easy for us to understand. Similarly, Pooja Mehra के columns आप लोगों ने पढ़े होंगे. Pooja Mehra, she is also a very good economist, as in very good economics writer. Writes a little bit critical of the government. She is a little bit critical of the present government. Writes about a little bit critical, but her columns are exceptionally well researched. बहुत ही अच्छे column लिखती हैं Pooja Mehra. You may agree or not agree, but don't read from that perspective. Her insights into economic policy are exceptionally good, exceptionally good. Read her columns. About books, well, there are many good books on economics that have been written, but in recent years, I don't think so that there is any book that stands out in recent years. एक book थी विवेक देबरॉय की book थी that came about 5-6 years ago, which was Getting India Back on Track. That was not his book. He simply edited the written works of many economists. There are many different economists, again, across ideological spectrum, across political spectrum, who got space to write in that book. बहुत सारे economists थे जिन्होंने अलग-अलग chapters लिखे थे. He simply was the editor of that book, as in who collected those works. That book is really good, helps us to understand good things about economy, helps us to understand Indian economy in action. Apart from that, और बुक्स इस समय दिमाग में नहीं आ रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा मेंटल ब्लॉक आ रहा है बुक्स को लेके. ठीक है, देयर आर अदर गुड बुक्स एज वेल व्हिच टेल अस अबाउट इंडियन इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री. सो यू मे रीड अबाउट दोस बुक्स. इंडियन इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री के ऊपर पढ़ना, दोस बुक्स में भी गुड. ठीक है, नॉट अबाउट समथिंग इकोन, जैसे ये जितनी भी बुक्स है ना, मिश्रापुरी और दत्त एंड सुंदरम, ऑल दीज बुक्स, ये बुक्स पढ़ने की बजाय रीड अबाउट इंडियन इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री बुक्स. दे आर गुड बुक्स, दे हेल्प अस अंडरस्टैंडिंग थिंग्स बेटर. पूजा मेहरा की एक बुक आई थी अभी रिसेंटली, द लॉस्ट डिकेड, 10 years, द लॉस्ट डिकेड. दैट बुक इज गुड. आई हैव नॉट रेड इट कंप्लीटली, थोड़ी सी मैंने पढ़ी, बट दैट्स अ गुड बुक. थॉमस पिकेटी की बुक है कैपिटल इन द 21st century, दैट इज ऑल्सो रियली गुड बुक, बट अगेन नॉट सो इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस एज इकोनॉमी, एज फॉर दिस एग्जाम. वो इतनी ज्यादा अच्छी बुक है, सिलेक्शन होने के बाद पढ़ लेना उस बुक को. अच्छी बुक है, मजा आएगा पढ़ने में. Maybe Shubham ji, maybe I am disagree with your ideological from market political, but no one can deny. Oh, thank you so much, yeah. Thank you, please. Thank you so much. Really glad to hear. Sir, is it the same with profit shifting and base erosion? Yes, exactly. This is same. This is base erosion and profit shifting. बिल्कुल वही चीज है. Yes, KitKat case. Yes, everybody is exploiting tax loopholes there. सब लोग टैक्स, कोई ना कोई लूपहोल है वो एक्सप्लॉइट करते हैं. वोडाफोन केस, अगेन दे एक्सप्लॉइट टैक्स लूपहोल्स. वोडाफोन केस 2 मिनट में बताता हूं. वोडाफोन केस मेरे ख्याल से मैंने बताया वो वोडाफोन क्लास केस आपकी क्लास में. 2 मिनट में बताता हूं क्या है वोडाफोन केस. हच एक कंपनी थी. हच वाज अ कंपनी व्हिच वाज प्रोवाइडिंग टेलीकॉम सर्विसेज इन इंडिया. दे थॉट दैट इंडियन मार्केट इज नॉट गोइंग टू डू गुड, हेंस दे वांटेड एन एग्जिट रूट. इंडिया से अपने आप को बाहर निकालना चाहते थे. हच ऑरेंज, नीदरलैंड्स की कंपनी. वोडाफोन वाज अ ब्रिटिश कंपनी. वोडाफोन को लगा कि इंडिया मार्केट अच्छी है, वोडाफोन वी शुड एंटर इंडियाज मार्केट. वोडाफोन ने क्या किया, दे परचेज एसेट्स ऑफ हच इन इंडिया. अब हच के जो एसेट्स थे जैसे टावर्स, स्पेक्ट्रम, ऑल दोज एसेट्स वर परचेज बाय वोडाफोन इन इंडिया. जब वोडाफोन ने परचेज किए हच के एसेट्स, हच सोल्ड देम एट अ प्रॉफिट. मान लो $10 बिलियन के एसेट्स थे, हच ने वोडाफोन को बेचे वो $15 बिलियन में, $15 बिलियन में. देयरफॉर देयर इज अ कैपिटल गेन्स ऑफ $5 बिलियन. जब हच की और वोडाफोन की डील हुई तो हच ने वोडाफोन को बोला जो भी कैपिटल गेन्स होगा वो आप पे करोगे. यू विल पे कैपिटल गेन्स, वट एवर कैपिटल गेन्स इज देयर, वी आर गोइंग टू अर्न $5 बिलियन. वट एवर कैपिटल गेन्स इज देयर, इट इज योर लायबिलिटी टू पे दोज कैपिटल गेन्स. वोडाफोन ने कहा ठीक है. अब वोडाफोन को लगा कि कैपिटल गेन्स पे करना अवॉइड कैसे करें, हाउ डू वी अवॉइड पेइंग कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स. वोडाफोन ने क्या किया, काम करते हैं, ये ट्रांजैक्शन इंडिया के बाहर करते हैं. लेट्स डू दिस ट्रांजैक्शन ऑफ चेंज इन एसेट्स, बाइंग एंड सेलिंग ऑफ एसेट्स आउटसाइड इंडिया. सो दे कैरिड आउट दिस ट्रांजैक्शन इन केमन आइलैंड्स. अ ब्रिटिश कंपनी बाइज एसेट्स ऑफ अ डच कंपनी लोकेटेड इन इंडिया एंड दिस ट्रांजैक्शन इज हैपनिंग इन केमन आइलैंड्स. Indian tax authorities do not have jurisdiction over what is happening in Cayman Islands. So Vodafone said, कैपिटल गेन्स तो हुआ है लेकिन आपके पास तो राइट ही नहीं है इस ट्रांजेक्शन को टैक्स करने का. वी हैव अर्न्ड $5 बिलियन बट यू डोंट हैव अ राइट टू टैक्स दिस. देयरफॉर नो टैक्स लायबिलिटी अराइजेस. प्रणब मुखर्जी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर थे, दिल पे ले लिए. प्रणब मुखर्जी सेड ऐसे कैसे, रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव टैक्स लगाएंगे. वी विल अमेंड अवर इनकम टैक्स लॉ फ्रॉम बैकडेट एंड से any transaction involving Indian assets will be taxed in India wherever it happens. He amended tax laws retrospectively. Vodafone went to Supreme Court, Indian government lost the case. Indian government went to arbitration, Indian government lost the case. Finally, this last year, we said that okay, we are stopping that retrospective clause. Retrospective effect नहीं देंगे उसको, prospective effect देंगे. That is what Vodafone case is. अरे नहीं, all the topics have been completed, don't worry, don't worry. चलो, thank you so much everybody for kind words, really like it. I wish all the very best for you. अभी हम मिलेंगे दोबारा से in our case studies classes. Case studies classes होंगी आपके prelims के बाद. After prelims then we'll carry out case, hopefully हो सकता है उससे पहले भी हो जाए, but I think they will be carried out after prelims. तो तब मिलते हैं, केस स्टडीज की क्लास में मिलेंगे, प्रीलिम्स के बाद होंगी वो केस स्टडीज की क्लास, ठीक है. सो तब तक के लिए गुड बाय एवरीबॉडी. PT65 आप लोगों को एक्सेस मिलेगा. वील अगेन मीट इन PT65 एज वेल. चलो, टेक केयर एवरीबॉडी, गुड बाय. आई विश ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू एवरीवन. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर अटेंडिंग क्लासेस. ऑल योर क्रिटिसिज्म वेलकम, ऑल योर गुड विशेस वेलकम. गुड बाय, टेक केयर, बाय बाय.